What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. Let's talk about it. But do me a favor. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like for me. It's free to you, but it means a lot to me. Well, the Jags just upset the Chargers. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy game. We will talk about communications today and how it's a lost art. I'm gonna wait to see if some people come through. Yeah, but the Jags just came back from 27 nothing and beat the Chargers. That's why you got a little football any given Sunday. Anybody can win. I'm gonna just make this a short video and edit it and post it. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about how communication is a lost art. Because when we think about communicating, we think about just having a conversation. But communication is also one of the pillars to engage. To gauge intelligence. And communication is a form of intelligence. And we think just talking to one another is communicating, but we forget that we all come from different backgrounds and cultures. Some people even speak different languages. What up, Queen? I know I'm on time today. I got the baby sleep. Yeah, I'm just talking about communications. I was just gonna make a short video and chop it up and repost it, but yeah, we forget that we all come from different places. We have different perspectives, so we look at life different. So a lot of times when we communicate with one another, we don't take that into account. I had to learn to communicate with people, especially the more information that I personally gain that comes along with different words. I can use certain words and it go over people's head. And if I'm trying to properly communicate with someone, I gotta meet that person at their level. So even talking with concepts, like I try my best to be as humble as possible when I'm talking to people that I don't know. But when I'm talking to people that's familiar with me, I'm more, I guess you can call it confident. Some say I'm arrogant. But I know they understand where I'm coming from and the fact that I'm not trying to insult them. But when you know what you just know it. We'll slide through for the show. Sweet. Yeah, Pop. I love talking to Pop. Like when I talk to Pop, like even when I'm saying when I'm communicating, when I talk to Pop, I can talk to him with a different mindset because he understands a lot of stuff I'm saying. And like when you get real intelligent people, sometimes it feel like they talking down to you. And I understood that. Just like um, if you got somebody straight from the street and that's all they know, they got a different way of communicating with you. The way they talk, it might be a little bit more aggressive. You got to take that into account. But a lot of times we get the signals crossed up when we're talking because, like I said, if you don't take into account what a person background is and you're talking to them, you might like I said from the street. We talk kind of when I talk to my people from the street, it's more of a even the style of jokes we tell is different. Outside the door. You fell asleep, Pop. Yeah, but even when you talking, like when I'm talking from my people from the street, the vernacular change and the tone. I can be more aggressive and I can joke, but I can't talk to someone like that from an academic standpoint or from an intellectual standpoint. You can't talk to them like that. They feel more insulted. So even us communicating online is with words, it's text. So I even have to be careful of the way I say stuff because the tone, you can't tell the tone. You can't really tell a person's intent talking online. I don't know why it sounds like my mic is echoing. This is annoying. But that's where we get lost at. We don't even take in consideration um, a person's background when we having a conversation with them. That's like if I'm talking to someone and I know they've been abused in the past. There's certain language that I can't use, certain um, words you don't want to use, because you might trigger them or someone. Um, like if I'm joking with someone and I know um, they didn't have a mother or father growing up. You got to take that into account. Salute, Pop. And then a lot of times, like I said, even with the information, if I understand I know something or I have more information than another person in a subject that we're talking about, instead of talking to them from an authority standpoint, I not talk to them from an educational standpoint. You know, I don't try to make it sound like I'm smarter than them. I just try to inform them. And that's what I'm saying. I like talking with humility. You'll talk to some people, and just because they got more knowledge, they speak more down at you. You can't, if you're trying to properly communicate with somebody, you want them to understand what you're saying. You have to talk to them in a way that they'd be willing to receive your message. Because if you don't, then it's kind of like, what's the point of the conversation in the first place? You know, like even when I talk religion, I understand people feel strongly about, hey, Leticia, people feel strongly about their religion. So even if I'm trying to educate them or show them something within the religion, she okay? If I'm trying to educate them or show them something within the religion, I can't come at them from a standpoint where they take offense. They got to be open to receive what I'm saying. So that's why I say communication is an art, is a skill that we got, and it's things to go into it. It's things you just got to be aware of, I should say. When you communicate with people, understand their level, where they're at, understand how to approach them. Like I said, sometimes you can approach people aggressively, but sometimes you got to go a little bit more lighter if you trying to convey a message to them and you want them to receive it. And what's your intent? Every time I have a conversation with somebody, I always think of what's my intent. And if my intent is to piss them off back in the day, it'll be fun. But now, if someone says something and I'm responding or reacting to what they're saying, and I know it's not good intent, I just try to be quiet now. That's just me personally. But a lot of times, like when people talking to you, you got to understand their intent because people gaslight a lot, especially on this app. People gaslight you. People they do some crazy stuff and people don't see it. That's because not only communicating, giving the message, receiving the message too, that's an art form. That's why back in the day in school, we took reading comprehension. You read the story and you try to understand what the writer is conveying. You got to do that when you communicating with people. We got to be more aware of people's intent when they talking to us. Craig, what up, though? Yeah, we gotta understand people's intent when they talking to us, because a lot of times, like even we sitting in here building, right, and if someone come in here saying some crazy stuff, it can take us off focus. But if I understand their intent, I just know how to bypass them and keep it moving. But that's in real life. You will meet people and they just having a bad day or just don't love they self, and they get to talking to you. They trying to pull you down where they at. You react, and now you get in an incident over some words of somebody who didn't have nothing to lose. And a lot of our youth getting caught up in stuff like that. We got to understand not only how to talk to people, but understand how people talking to us. And like I said, it's different ways. First thing I do is look when I'm having a conversation with somebody. Like I said, I try to understand my intention of even having a conversation. But the more people talk to me, I'm trying to figure out their intention. Once you're aware of a person's intention, you know how to take the information they give you. Yeah, Craig, you always say crazy stuff. But see, that's intent right there. When I read that, that's good positive vibes intent. You know, so that's always welcome. But I used to always wonder, why do people just uh, say nasty things to people they don't even know? Like, you don't even know this person. Why? It's because they projected it. So if I know someone is projecting onto me, then it's easier for me to navigate, because a lot of times we get sucked into stuff we don't need to, you know. And like I said, communication is a lost art form. We don't take people's background in consideration. We don't even look at the word structure or the choice of words people use. These are skills that psychologists use to sell stuff to us, to create things to give to us. They understand the language, the tone they use, the word structure, the selection of words they choose. This is always, I mean, if you go into communication in school, yeah, you gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. That's part of life. If you don't laugh in life, then, I mean, what else is you doing? You know? No, you gotta laugh. I welcome all laughter. I welcome all jokes. Yeah, I just think communication is a lost art. We don't focus on it enough, on how to communicate, or even how to analyze the person we communicating with. You know, you got to understand your audience. If you want to give a message to someone, you got to understand your audience. I can't sit up here. Yeah, they quiet, Craig. I'm surprised Pop ain't hit the link. But yeah, we that's what I try to convey to people around me. Is I try to make them aware of how they're communicating or how they're not communicating, and that's why, I mean, even in relationships, men, you can't, if you know you got a woman that's sensitive, you can't be hard on her all the time, especially when you're trying to convey a message to her. And same thing for the woman. What up, Pop?
All right, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Well, it's this weekend has been like the middle of summer or something. Man. It's been hot in these chat rooms, huh?
Yeah, yeah, it's been hot. I mean, but we got a big circle. It was a lot of places, going around to visit. We got a big circle, a nice group of people.
Yeah. I was talking to the queen of the whole damn thing earlier, man, about how you know uh, we're not in a sector, but we got a sect. we got a sect of no beefing as chat rooms to go and be in, where those of us that want to be sharing knowledge get to share knowledge, like Eve and you and Nate and me and G Dup and Cutthroat and Eve, people like us, that we ain't sitting around beefing about it. It's snowing outside. Fuck, it's
We
snowing outside. Okay, okay, it's snowing outside. What the fuck, right?
we literally we creating a sector slowly but surely. That's what it seemed like. Especially when more people start making content, more the people in the subscribers start making content. Even if they go live and open up a room just for us to come in and talk and chill, I mean, more people will come because you know what, pops, people get tired. I mean, it's fun, but a lot of people, like I was talking to this guy earlier, and I mean, it's okay to talk about the problems, but when are we gonna start finding solutions? And I think that's what we're doing in this sector. We talk about things, but we also share ideas on how to fix them, and that's not done. I think people just get content on complaining.
Yeah. See, in our particular situation, man, it's all about mouth and texting. You know, the people that have laptops and computers text better than the people trying to keep up finger picking their damn phones. So where we got to start at is in here, where the people that we're in consort with are. That we have a message. Today, go out your house and just feel the Holy Spirit is within you. Just go outside and feel that today. And let that be like the first thing that starts working inside of you, is being in touch with you, and see how much effect you can have in a positive way of other people. And then I say that because that's what I do every day. I don't try to be pulling no rank on age or nothing up in here, or who does what with this thing, or who's got the most subscribers or nothing. But fact is fact. And man, I ain't opening my mouth unless what I'm saying is the exact truth. Like what I'm saying is what I do is what I say. Shit that I don't do, I don't even talk about it, man. I don't even know how to spell that kind of stuff in Texan.
Hey, Pop, I like picking your brain. Let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
So, coming up, like when you was coming up, how is it different from adults communicating with kids till now, or the younger generation?
Well, my generation, man, adults didn't talk to you, didn't explain shit to you. Like I had a brother and a sister that was old enough to be my mother and my father, man. So that's a brother and a sister. Just imagine back past that to a parent, two parents, and I got away with everything I wanted to get away with. Let's just put it like that, man. I wanted superhumans, but keep it straight. Every single thing I ever wanted to pull off in life, I pulled that shit off, and most of it without help from my parents. Is that what you was asking me?
I'm talking about like the way the way you used to like when I was growing up. My mother wouldn't let me say the word pump. If I said that, I get slapped in the mouth.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know.
It, it,
Yeah.
it's more like I notice nowadays I see kids getting away with saying there's no respect there for the adults. Even if the adult was wrong when I was a kid, we couldn't talk back to the adults, and now
Mhm.
it's
Yeah,
people cussing out adults.
yeah, man. Specifically that. See, I didn't. Wow, that one right there is near and dear to my heart because I was raised. Don't ever let one word out your mouth be something that a person your age shouldn't be saying to the person that's going to hear it. You know, Meaning that now that I done passed through several generations, like when I was 7. and you was 22, there was bad words like nigger and punk and hell and shit and damn. All the stuff you couldn't say on TV couldn't be said around a person that age. That's the way I was raised, because it would just get you in trouble going uphill from there. So my mother never. I said nigger one day, and I said, Mama, what does nigger mean? I got slapped in my mouth first, and then my sister just happened to be there, and she said, "Where did you hear that at?" I said, "Well, Tommy said we were niggers." She said, and my mama slapped me in my mouth again, and I realized, okay, Butch, I'm only 7 years old, but I realized right then, okay, Butch, if you have to say this again, do not say it the way you're gonna get slapped in your mouth again. Never say anything around your mama that could get you slapped in your mouth. And that's how I grew up. I never said nothing around adults that could get me slapped in the mouth ever again. Ever. I would be so far out away from anybody that could do anything about anything came out of my mouth that the only people heard anything come out of my mouth was the people that was in that crap game with me.
And Queen said it's because the laws change, and when you pop your child in the mouth for back talking, now it's considered child abuse, and parents go to jail. And you know what, Queen? I think that's a huge factor. Like we can't discipline. Well, look, it is what it is. I'm gonna discipline my child before I let society do it. That's how I look at it. I'm gonna keep my child straight, so when they go out, and if you go try to lock me up for that, then it is what it is. But I'm raising my kids old school, but that's true. You can't discipline the kids no more, so that takes away teaching them accountability. Because I mean, a kid don't know something until they punish for it.
Well,
Until it's a consequence. I ain't gonna say punish, but until it's a consequence. And sometimes, words ain't enough. It is what it is. I don't believe in beating kids. No child abuse, but at the same time, sometimes words ain't. It is what it is. It's just fact. Words ain't good enough sometimes.
Well, I kind of got left out on that child bearing raising segment of existence because I never hit my son ever in his life for doing nothing. That whooped the kid. Sit down. I told you to sit down. Put that back. Look what you did. All that stuff. Man, I learned how to not get whooped for that. But man, I used to get whoopings all the time for that other shit as I went along. But I never once hit no kids that have ever been in my charge. Like I've raised, and when I say raised other people's children, their children lived in my house with their mama and me, and they got all their male training from me, and I never hit none of them kids.
And look, what you said, Queen. I'm gonna just keep it real, and it ain't even no conspiracy, but that was put in place for that very reason. She says so now parents have no authority over their children, and children don't fear their parents like they used to. I feared my parents growing up, and if I didn't behave, I knew it was coming. And see, that's why I said they seen even after they took the black father out the house that the mother still had some form of discipline over the kid even though the man wasn't there, they were still able to steer some of the kids. So they had to take that. And once they did that, the kids started running crazy. The youth became crazy. And I don't feel like um, it is what it is. I don't feel like it's a conspiracy. That's systematically in place specifically for us. For because I mean, I'm not saying no other people discipline their kids, but when they do, they ain't calling the police. It's the black kids.
Yeah, well, once again, I believe that you have to live in conjunction with your children. Like I
That's
was
the mindset.
I was raised by people that grew up on a farm. The corn grew taller than the shack that my mama and her family was born in. But what I learned from them is from the minute that you understand anything anybody's saying, your personality starts to become formed. your personality starts being formed. And at that point, if your parents missed a point in your existence where they should have been, molding and side kicking it with you on the side, raising you. In other words, being through every segment of your life is really difficult for Black people to be able to do because even in the families, I figured like I when I was married, my wife worked in the
Oh,
daytime and I worked at night.
you see that, Leticia? They used to make y'all kneel on rice. My sister and my brother-in-law. My sister, she a psychologist and uh, psychology and education. She got her PhD. So, and she specializes in like education and school. And she don't believe in whooping the kids at all, but she make them stand against the wall, doing them, bent over on the wall. And I mean, it worked. Take away privileges. Yeah, you know what, Leticia? When I got older, and my mom knew she couldn't hurt me, that's what she did, and that actually did hurt worse. Like even my son now, um, like if I pop his butt, like tap his pamper, it don't do nothing. And then he hit me back. So now I tell him you ain't going to school. And then he be like, "Oh, here, straighten up." Or I tell him like I'm taking all your toys away, and then he'll straighten up. But yeah, it's other ways too. But I just know I know my son as he get older. Like my girl, I never whoop my girl, but when my son get older, he gonna try me. I know, man. I know he do it now. He do it now. But I think even communicating with kids, like a lot of times, like I said, you have to understand your audience, and even communicating with kids. I noticed that older generations, like even the way they used to talk to me, I understand now that I'm older why I used to get upset. So I try to take a different route. I try to, you got to communicate with a kid at their level. I can't talk to my kid like I'm talking to an adult and think that they supposed to understand it. No, he not in daycare. No, the daycares up here, Leticia, like for some reason the kids get sick a lot, and the daycare we was about to put them in had like 3 4 episodes of COVID, but they always sick. Like all the people around us who take their kids to daycare, they all get sick. So like the two families we deal with, I ain't gonna say deal with, but we cool with, they pulled their kids out of daycare too. Yeah, I just think like even like when you talk to the youth now, one of the big beefs they got with the elders is the way they talking to them. They talking down on them. Like when I was growing up, that's just how it was, but it's different now. You can't just talk to none of these young boys like we got talked to. We was just told stuff and we had to shut up and take it. Nowadays, you say something smart to a young person, they ready to pop off. So I mean, you got to, like I said, you got to understand your audience, and I just feel now, like back in the day, it was just respect the elders. You just respect. That's just what it was. But nowadays, that's not what it is no more. And I'm not saying it's right, but when you're communicating with these young people, especially the ones who've been out in the street, you got to understand. You got to understand your audience. Yeah, yeah. You just got to understand your audience, and that's like even me, talking to my wife when I first met her. She been through a lot of stuff with her past relationships. So, far as like she Middle Eastern, so their culture is a little it is different, and like we think black men dominant, they man real dominant. So, I had to understand like when I'm talking to her, like my word selection. Like if I wanted her to try something or do something, it was more of a invitation versus me telling her to do it because she been through that with people trying to force her to do things she don't want to do. So so now when I communicate with her and I want her to receive something that I'm telling her, it's my word selection, my tone, it's the way I approach the conversation. And that's like even on here. It's some people, like on here, they've been through a lot. So when you talking to them and they see certain things, they get a little leery. So I had to learn how to communicate with people on here. But it's just being aware of your audience. And we don't take that into account. It's not taught to us. I mean, there's a lot of things that we get complacent on depending on the school system to teach our kids. And I just feel like communication is one of them. You know, we don't teach we don't teach that at home. We don't teach people to be aware of who they're talking to, how they're talking to them, what words you selecting when you're talking to them. We take communication as just us talking to one another, and it's way deeper than that. Like I said, I don't know if y'all was in here at the beginning, but that's one of the ways we gauge intelligence is communication. That's a level of intelligence. They got college courses on communication. So that should say it enough on how important communicating is collectively. And you know what, Leticia, I think I think I think we have to stop hoping that we have to define ourselves. And when I say that, I'm thinking more of a tribe mentality. Because let's be honest, everyone with melanin, they not us. They not. Even if you subscribe to the transatlantic slave trade, all the people who came over on the boat was from different tribes, and they might have peace over within their tribe, but now you mix the people together, and that's not us. Or if you say we was already all here, you know, which I believe, I know my ancestors was here already, but we still wasn't all one tribe. But if we come, we got to redefine ourselves. You know, even if we stick to melanated people and let everybody else call themselves whatever they are, at least we begin to identify, with like-minded people. You know, because I think that was something else given to us to keep us distracted. Saying that we all want people because they knew we'd never be able to come together because we wasn't all one people in the first place. So by grouping us like that, that's just a distraction. And what happens is, um, I'm gonna say it just like this: the riffraff get highlighted, and that's who they focus the stereotypes or the imagery on is the lesser of us, not the greater of us. Is always the lesser of us that they highlight. I mean, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we if we keep talking, if we just keep having conversations that's not moving towards something, we gonna keep doing it. And I think that's one of the biggest ones is the black community because we'd never be able to get black people on the same page. If you think about it, all white people ain't on the same page. They break up into their own groups. I know people. I know people. If you call them white, I'm Polish. I'm Jewish. I'm Irish. I'm from the UK. I know a lot of people, or they gonna say they're Americans, and even the Americans don't identify with the foreigner white people like that. We the only people to do that. We the only people who don't have that tribe mentality. They gave us a community and we ran with it. Even calling ourselves black, like We just take what they give us, and we try to do the best when we don't have to. We can recreate and redefine ourselves. Papa, where you go? 'Cause I know
Say,
you about to come with the Schwartzy people.
me and my swarty people.
Yeah.
I was trying to grab me some. I got thirsty. And then I heard you call my name, man. I had to stop. So I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna get over there and grab
Oh
me.
my God, Leticia, I want to repost that video I just seen that you posted. Man, Leticia, please drop your link. Look, y'all got to go sub to Leticia because when I say she got the information from the third eye, that producer, I mean, was he a video producer? He might come up missing because he just told raw facts. He told raw
Her
facts.
videos or what?
Leticia, yeah, she got you got to subscribe to Leticia's page. She got like the information she drop pops. You'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah, Craig. Now, Craig, let me ask you this: what's your background? What's your nationality? He, where's Craig from? Is he from up north? But yeah, I think black people don't only do that.
Mm.
My
I'll
background.
show it up to her.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see because, like I said, most Europeans here they identify with their country, and then if they don't identify with their country, they just go say I'm American, you know. But then, like, if a Polish person they don't identify with the Polish people, they won't identify with Sicilians or Italians. They identify with who they are, Americans. Yes, that rap video producer, that yeah, that rap video. That I mean, what he was saying, master of. I live in Kansas, 25 years, telecommunicate. No, not your work background. I'm talking about your nationality. Yeah, that rap producer, he hit everything. He hit the nail on the head. And it's more non-black people coming out saying the same thing. If y'all get together, that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of that. It's more. I heard an Asian lady saying that. I always hear Mexican people saying that.
Of course.
Everybody know that except for us. Everybody know if we get our shit together, we'll be all right. Except for us, we find ways to fight. And I think it's communication.
I think, yeah, it's definitely communication. I think it's like what you and I both agree and what we both be saying is that there's indigenous swarty people like you and me, whose people are from here, and then we have the Middle European, that they gave the name of a Sephardic Jew, meaning that it was a Muslim and it was a Jew, but it was a Moor. So
I ain't talking to Craig no more. Oh man, I love Craig, man.
what happened?
No, I asked Craig what's his nationality. He told me everything. He
Yep.
told me he lived in Kansas. He telecommunication. Uh, he done all lines of work.
Hmm. I know you talked to Craig, man, and Craig, he's a well suited individual.
But see, he aware. Craig is aware. That's what I like about Craig because he's aware and he's confident in himself. You
Yeah.
know, so that's always appreciated. But like he understands, he just understands life. He see things for what they is, and he, like I said, he confident. He
Hmm.
don't get shook or bothered with conversations like this. you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's what I appreciate about Craig. Craig, you ain't boring. You funny as hell.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I respect everybody. Respect Craig, you, Queen, for what your aspect is of the ratio of existence you live in. Like right now, Queen of the whole damn thing is tearing open a bag in my ears and my headphones on. I'm trying to make this speech.
but see, you get some people who, when they see people having pride in themselves, they think it's hate against another people. Like just because I have black pride, don't mean I hate nobody. My wife's not even black. You know, but why can't I be proud of myself? Why can't I be proud of where I come from? Why can't I embrace who I am? Without having being ashamed of it. And no one, like, if you look in the media, there's the projection of people that look like me is not positive. So if I can't get it out of there, why can't I just do it for myself? What's so wrong with that? But you get people who think because a person is proud and who they are and where they come from and their skin color, then something wrong with that. Just like, when I know European people, when they have pride and that don't bother me. They supposed to. If you don't get pride in yourself, something wrong with you. If you ain't got pride in your people, that's like the whole word racist. I hate that word because it's used wrong. The
Yeah, me too.
suffix of ist means proficient. It means knowledgeable. Nate the motherfucking great. I almost yelled, but my people sleep.
Mhm.
Nate is in the building, people.
Mhm. We
Nate
have
is in the building.
we have a nice little network of people when
That's
you
what I'm
can
saying.
tell that you go here, you go there, you go up here, you go around there, and you see, it's like everybody's saying that expression now. I'm playing chess, while these people playing checkers.
You know what? I'm giving credit to Nate because a lot of us met in Nate's chat room, and
Uh-huh.
the ability that Nate has to bring people together is beautiful.
Yeah,
It's beautiful because Nate bring people from all different races, cultures,
yeah,
beliefs, bring
yeah,
them together, have fun, and
yeah,
have conversations that affect everybody. At the end of the day, even communication. What I'm talking about, this ain't just for black people don't know how to do it. No people, especially nowadays, the technology age, people used to text. You know what I'm saying? They're
yeah,
not understanding, and you lose so much when you use like computers to communicate because you're not having that conversation. You can't hear that person's tone. You can't
nope,
understand that person's word structure.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Word selection. So it's hard to tell a person's intent
mm-hmm.
when talking to them. So you lose that experience, and that's how you gain knowledge is through application.
Well,
You know,
see, I hate to tell you this, bro, but you got to step in past that. You got to see the pictures in these words of the people
exactly.
that are speaking it and see their personality in the words that are speaking it, the name they have, the avatar they use, the words they say. You gotta see the pictures in there. Don't just sit and think, oh man, this is just so superficial, man. This is just the internet, man. This ain't real life. It's bullshit. This is real life, man. I come from AOL where you get to talking to somebody in the chat room, man, y'all make arrangements to hook up. You drive your ass, fly your ass, roll your ass over there, hit that shit. So I'm from that aspect of where we are today. The only difference with this is now we're able to talk. And we're those of us that are in this platform versus any other podcasting format out there, this is the greatest. This is the greatest form of it right here. Because anything else, it's like all you could do is sit on the panel, and the only way you could talk to somebody is they had to be there in the studio with you, just like TV. The Ed McMahon show. the Johnny Carson show. There we go. But this this is a whole different animal because here on the stage you got the headliner, then over there in the chat you got the opening acts, and down there in what we call the bushes, the tombs, the shade, the lounge, whatever the fuck we call what we transpire, we transition ain't sitting up here in this chat talking to us as bushwhackers, whatever the fuck, ghost riders, trolls, whatever the fuck they are. That's the audience. They're the people sitting there watching what the fuck is being said that tit over there in that chat and what you and anybody you allow up here on your panel to talk about. They're just down there getting it. And our sector is so much better of getting those people down there to already done been up here and then hit that like button and then left the damn building.
Yeah. And
You know?
see, something Craig said, people are only limited by their own minds. And see, and that's what that's what I try to explain to people, Craig. And it's hard because people are complacent. People get comfortable and people don't like challenging themselves. It used to be a thing where that was normal. You couldn't do something, you figured out a way to do it. Nowadays, you can't do something, you just find something else to do. People don't challenge themselves no more.
The options, like the people, I don't think nobody has that kind of cell phone like the old days where the number had three alpha characters on it.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was the most horrible thing trying to text off of. Ooh, boy, that shit was crazy stupid. It's like Morse code. To say hello. What the fuck? So yeah, people like me, man, I'm a gypsy to this shit right here. Yeah, times are so much better. I would like to say y'all have it so much better than I did when I was you guys' age, but that ain't how I talk.
And see, knowledge is wealth and power. And see, people, that's why I believe a lot of these things was created the way they are, because people don't go seeking that knowledge no more. They wait for somebody to come give it to them, and by doing that, you getting spoon fed information. You're not even getting all the information. Like even like going on here, and looking at different things. Like I'm into the Kundalini, the chakra system, and I'm watching these videos, and I'm like, y'all not telling people how to apply this. Y'all just making them aware of it. So now people, think that if they wish and hope enough that they can open their chakras and open their third eye. Like it's work. You got to put in work for that. It's a lot of cleansing you got to do.
Yeah.
So I mean, it just doesn't happen. It ain't something you just think of and it opens up. Is you have to open all your chakras up. You have to level up, just like in school. You got to level up to the third eye open. And when it happens, I promise you, you gonna look at the world different.
Yep.
It scared the shit out of me at first because you see things for as they are, and then you try to do everything to change it, and you can't because you it's so deeply rooted now. The stuff that was done, like the education system. When you start researching that, you see why it was created, and this was back in the 30s, well, the 20s. And when you see that, it's like, how you gonna change that? You can't, because everybody depend on it now. So the only thing you can do is educate your kids at home about the things that the school ain't. We thinking our kids are going to school to be educated, to be enlightened. No, they're going to school to be trained workers. They're getting taught at a very early age on how to be a productive worker for the United States of America, the system, or the corporation. That's what they're going to learn is how to be productive workers for the corporation of the United States of America. Yeah, Queen, I got a little daughter. Yeah, I got a little daughter. So and Craig, you're right. Wasting time is a waste of knowledge. You are completely right. Man, I don't know if many communities that don't have libraries full of books waiting to be loved. And see, people don't even, and then um, even going to the library, learning how to read a card catalog to find the book is not even taught in school. They don't teach you how to do that no more. And then now, like I said, all the information you can get PDFs. There's a book called An Accurate Description of America. If you can find a PDF and you read that book, I promise you it'll change your life. It'll change the way you look at America. It will change your um, whole understanding. It's almost is a diary. But the PDF, I got the book. I got the actual book. And at the time I got the book, it was $700. That book is now, I think, $31,000 on Amazon. I paid $700 for that book, and I had to drive 2 states to go get it. And I got that in the late '90s. But that's how I used to get information. I had to go get it. You know, People won't even push a button to look for information no more. They push buttons to find drama or distractions. And they don't even understand why they like that. Is this herd mentality? Like people, it's crazy. Is people would rather be led than to lead. You know, People will come on here and and like I said, if they feel it's a distraction or entertainment, they come on here do that, and take it with them in their real life. They take all that energy from off of here into their real life and wonder why things ain't going the way they wanted to be, and they need another distraction because they life fucked up. So they come back here and watch another train crash. They find drama or something that's worse than their life to make them feel better, and then they go back in real life and realize their shit's still fucked up. And they don't even know it's a cycle, and they do it every day. They don't even know what they're doing or how they're doing. And then when you start letting this stuff spill into your real life, and that's what I'm saying, is like you see stuff like this and you can't even help people. You can't even talk to people. You can't even show people. And if you can't read, scared to tell someone. Hey, that's right, man. Yeah, I mean, reading is supposed to be fundamental, you know. And unfortunately, but the communication is supposedly be fundamental, but is a skill. Even reading is a skill because when you read something, you ain't go get the information if you can't comprehend what you read. And a lot of people can't even comprehend a text. So how do you think they go comprehend the information that they reading? That's why so many people read stuff like, um, even like when you read the Bible, people will read it and know it word for word, but they can't comprehend what it's trying to convey. So they can't put it into practice in their real life. So what's the purpose of reading it if you're not going to extract the information from it? But that's what I said. Even comprehension, reading comprehension, that's a skill, you know, and it's not taught. I don't know if they still teach. I'm pretty sure they teach reading comprehension in school, but they don't tell people this is how you use it. And so when you're not in school, this is how you apply it to real life. They need to start teaching They need to have a class in school called reality, because a lot of the stuff in the books, I heard people say, "Well, I never used this," and a lot of the stuff they teach you in school, you will never use it. But if it's something that you can gain out of it, they need to teach you how to translate it over to real life. Like I said, reading comprehension. Yeah, she not happy. She cluster feeding, so that is when your accent. Most people will take time to explain something if they're yeah, but okay, so like even this, right? And this is what I'm saying, like people like when you communicating, right? So if I'm explaining something to you and you're not listening to me, you're listening to the words that I'm saying with your perception. That's why a lot of people still have a miscommunication. You can explain something to somebody, but if they're looking at it from their perspective and their own life experience is not taking mine into account, the information still won't be conveyed over. And that's where a lot of miscommunication. People judge people predicated upon their life experiences and don't take in other people's life experience into account. Yeah, you can't be. I don't think that's pride though. There she go. What up, Perp? I don't think that's pride, Craig. I think is lack of self confidence. I think pride gets a bad rap that they attach a lot of things to pride, like low self esteem, and lack of self confidence. I mean, for you to ask somebody for help, or for you not willing to ask someone for help, I think a lot of people feel like they inferior. It's lack of self confidence that they don't have in themselves, and that's even being corrected. Someone being corrected. I'm an advocate in pride because I understand it's one of the seven deadliest sins, but I think that was put there to I think it was put there to take it out of people, honestly. So I'm an advocate of pride. I believe people should be proud and have pride because I think that shows confidence. Um, I think pride shows self love. Um, so yeah, I'm an advocate. Yeah, yeah, and that's well, I mean, that's like me. Even with this YouTube thing, there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So I ask for help every second I can get. Like I said, I'm an information whore. I'll be honest. I love to learn things. I love to know things. I love to know how things work, and because if I understand how it works, I can recreate it. So that's how I look at it. But Miss Tate, I didn't even get her notification. She was on last night. Oh no, yeah, I was in there. I was in there. And see, that's why, Craig. That's why I say you always welcome here, man. Because I love information, and I know Pops. When he ain't trying to find his Kool Aid, I know he got a lot of information too. But see, I try to hold on. I try not to. I just try to hear like when people talk about things they know. I don't. I just sit back and relax and listen, and get their perspective because, I'm not coming from the conscious community, but uh, I dabbled over there a lot. And people just sharing information turn into debates, and it's like, bro, I'm just trying to exchange information. Or you try to correct somebody, they want to debate you, and then when their information ain't as solid as yours, they result to insults. And it's like that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show you how it works. I don't care what that say. This is what happens when you do this. This is how you benefit from this. Because even coming from over there, um, they talk about the history. They talk about the origin a lot, and that's cool. But tell me something that I can use, that I can utilize in my everyday life and make my life better. Herb,
Hello, everyone.
how are you?
I'm okay, a bit tired. I had a little, I don't know, you always catch me sleeping.
What time is it over there?
Uh, it's 3:30 in the afternoon.
Oh
But
yeah,
I've been because I wake up really early, but I've been at the beach and I got a little bit sunburnt. So I might have got a little sunstroke.
uh,
Yeah.
fortunately, I don't have to deal with
No,
that.
that's true. So we're talking about communication.
Yes, yes.
I am a fan of that, let me tell you. Hey, Pops, you
Pops
still
is
there?
muted for some reason. Yeah, he there. He probably uh
Oh,
he probably rolling up. There
Who?
you go.
uh-huh.
Rolling where?
Boo. How you
You see,
doing,
I woke
Pop?
up when I saw Perp up here. Perp, an angel, or I don't know what it is. I resonate towards. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Uh,
you're,
I don't. I don't have no
you're a
idea.
sweet man.
Y'all ain't nowhere as near as old as I am. You're younger than my children, but I don't know what it is. It's your personality. You girls. Y'all are in it to win it. Y'all are, hey, shit, fuck it, man. Y'all be at everything. It, I can see you and be up there, over there, around that corner. I can see the word over there, up around that corner. But wherever
Uh-huh.
we ain't never going, oh, fuck, I can't be in here. Papa Will is in here. And that motherfucking cocksucker, he said something about me the other day. Fuck him. I'm out of here. Don't go. Well, I can't be in here if he's in here. Well, I can ask him to leave. Papa, do you mind getting off the bus so people can sit down in your seats? Fuck yeah, I ain't going to goddamn where, man. I was already here. What the fuck I was get up for?
Ah,
None of that over here in our lives. What you got?
we all get along and we're trying to work together.
That's what I'm saying. We all get along.
Yeah.
All get along.
But Perp, I'm interested to hear your insight on communication.
Well, I know that um yeah, it's something that I love particularly, like whether it's written or spoken, whether it's musical. Um, I hang on. Oh, just wait 1 minute. I've got to mute. I've got some shopping
Uh
arriving.
oh, big dog coming up.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Big
mm-hmm.
Which
dog
one of
coming
y'all
up.
have my Which one of y'all have my name in your mouth?
It
Big
might,
dog coming up.
Also,
it might have been me. I be promoting you all over the place, man. We
I was
be.
about to say, every time your name in my mouth, Rose is coming out behind it.
I swear.
That motherfucking great.
That's
I'm
what I
good,
say
bro.
about Perp and Angel. You see one, boom, the other one pop up. But it's like I told him this morning, like, first here's Angel, then Angel's gone, then here's Perp. I'm like, are we talking about two different people, or do I am I And my friends tried to tell me I was confused. Kalani and Queen, they tried to tell me I was confused. I'm like, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know this is. Oh, oh man, but they are. We've had a great day. But Perk was gonna say, Perk, what was you gonna say?
She went on mute.
Oh,
Took her avatar with her, didn't she?
I don't know. That was funny because it glitched and then popped back up. So I don't know what happened with her avatar.
Hmm. I know. I saw it follow down and pop back up without an avatar in it too. Too much button pushing on them phones, you know.
So Nate, what you think about communication, bro? You think it's something that we gotta teach or something that we should work on?
it's a little bit of both. I mean, you can't say people are going to work on something if they don't know what the hell exactly they're working on. But
Right.
communication should be the communication is supposed to be the most important step because for example, how the hell do you think you're going to convey getting a job or even filling out something if you don't have communication? And even if you're having a problem with something, it's not hard for you to open your mouth and say, "Yo, listen, you think you could can you give me a little info on this? I'm kind of confused on this." It don't take away from your pride, but some people feel I gotta ask for something. Oh, that making me look like you. No, it's not that you're not smart. You probably just don't understand something real quick, and that's it.
And see, that's why I try to approach every conversation with humility, because there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So if I go
Yeah,
in, talking to someone, and even if I think I know everything, and they trying to tell me something, I ain't gonna be trying to hear it. So that's why I practice humility, just engaging in conversation because it's something that it's something gonna be there I can learn from.
yeah.
All right, Perk,
Ah, well,
your avatar back up now.
Hello, Nate.
uh-huh. Yeah, you have my name in your mouth too. You think you
Oh
slick, right?
yeah, I'm always talking about you, Nate.
They're gonna start talking shit about me, man. That's word of blood. I'm crip. I'm gonna have to hurt them.
I swear to bless you.
But I have nothing but good things to say about you, bitch. So you stop your
Hey, hey,
nonsense.
hey,
You
watch
stop
your
your
mouth. It's Mr.
nonsense.
Bitch to you. Watch your mouth. It's Mr. Bitch to you. Watch your mouth.
Oh,
Watch your mouth.
Mr.
Put some respect
Mr.
on
B. Okay. Sorry, I got it wrong again. I'll
it.
I'll do better next time.
I'm gonna put you in the timeout corner next time. I'm tired of you. Nah, but
Oh,
like I said, it is the truth though, man. Like communication goes a long way. I've been saying that it goes a long way. Like I
oh
don't
my
know.
goodness. It's the key.
Yes, it's the king. Communication goes everywhere. I mean, I'm saying that's just like you in another. That's just like if you in another country right now. Even if you got a book and or even if you good with foreign languages, right? You still might be a little rusty because you might say the wrong thing. Somebody take that to offense. Like, no, 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 I mean it.
Yep.
like you gotta have communication. And even if you feel you might be lost, like even if you talking in a different language, you gotta still bring it to a person. Like, yo, I might be a little rusty with the lingo here, but like it don't hurt. It don't make you less of a human being if you got to ask for a little bit of help. You will need help, shit.
Bro, I used to love listening to my mother-in-law cuss out people in English, bro. It was so backwards, and she's from Iraq, so they speak Syrian, Arabic, and Chaldean. So when she speak English and cuss people out, she was telling people, "Your mother fucked you in the butt." Like, no, it's
Oh
just
shoot!
motherfucker. Like, so it was just funny, man. But it's like you said, it's a different. When you speak a different language too, it's a different mindset. So
Hmm.
when they trying to convey a different language over into English, that's why a lot of times the word structure is all messed up because it's a whole different perception or mindset from one language going into another language. We've been trying to get
Yeah.
Queen up here. But go ahead,
Yeah,
Purple. You were
Queen.
saying
Hello,
something about
Queen.
when you were saying
Queen.
something about it was like you was breaking down what it meant to you.
Oh, look, I mean, I can sort of only go from real experiences. Um, and how do I put, like, communication? I just look. I love the English language, but my goodness, it lets me down sometimes. Um, Now, I told somebody that I love them. Now, they're a brother. They're somebody that I consider, and who has been there for me in real life, just time and time again. Anytime I need someone, you know, this person has been there for me. And because I told somebody that I love them, somebody else got their nose disjointed and decided to think that that was, you know, me professing, that I'm in love with this person. It's caused a whole heap of drama. And it's like, there are a multitude of ways to tell somebody that you love them. And there are a multitude of ways that we can go about talking through this conversation without it devolving into some weird thing like I think that it's going to become.
One second,
But
Perk. Hey, facts. Drop
mhm.
your facts over feelings in the building. Hey, drop your link in the chat, bro. My bad,
People
Perk.
that are not moderators can't drop their links in the chat.
Hello,
Oh, they
facts
can't.
over feelings.
Yeah.
So I dropped his
Hello.
link in the chat.
Oh, hello, Craig.
Hello, Miss Ozzy.
How are we doing?
I'm doing okay. And yourself?
I just learned something new. I didn't know he
I'm
couldn't
getting
drop
there.
We have a love connection over here. Uh-huh. That's all.
Where? Where's the love connection? What's
Yeah,
happening?
What?
it's a,
Come on now.
it's a
What?
love connection. It's a love
Where?
connection between me and my weed, John. Yes.
Ah,
Hey, facts. You still in the building, bro?
I think he's still here.
Perk,
Uh,
she go pop back up.
I think Queen.
Her connection ain't love right now. She keep dropping out.
Hang on. I will.
Oh no, you good, Perk.
Okay.
That's that fine line, having good moderators. And
Well done. Well
Chase
done,
live
Pops.
stream, they chase people's channels and
Yeah,
put
I
the
think
links in the chat. The people that are not moderators don't have the ability to post links, which is probably a good thing because you want to make sure that links that are
people
posted
ain't just coming
live
here.
are
Yeah.
legit.
Yeah, because you have to be able to check the channel of people that you don't know, that are not moderators. Y'all see me do this everywhere, so this ain't nothing new. I walk in here, man. It's all about who's in your chat.
Yeah.
Everybody. And now,
Well, now,
I've been teaching people how to click on these dots and go see how long a person's had an account. And if they just got that account this morning, you need to put them on 300 minutes while we figure out. Let's get our watch time done. Let's don't let that motherfucker out yet. Let's just sit him down over here. Okay, dude, you need to chill the fuck right over here. Oh, you a moderator? Hey, let me drop your link in the show and tell people to sub up to you. So we can keep going to nice places and meeting nice people, right? Mm-hmm.
so you
now,
want to hear something
I
crazy?
believe, here is where we could run into some problems without communication, because I believe that I was telling my story until you know, Craig and Pops, you jumped in on it. Can I finish, please?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Y'all about to get spanking. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm
Hold
about
on.
to
I
mute
agree with
myself
Posse. I
to make
would-
Oh,
sure I
no. Look,
speak while you're
I'm
speaking.
going to be so quick. I guess my point is that without communication, we're all a bit fucked. And we're going to be fighting and everything's going to be misconstrued. What we need to do is to, you know, if you don't understand, ask. Even if you're a bit confused, if you get a little bit angry because somebody said something, just ask. Get them to clarify their statement. Don't just go off hot-headed, you know. Yeah, just for fuck's sake. Just.
And then, Posse, can I get a flashlight in the pocket? It's kind of dark in there.
You just shush and stay in my pocket, Craig.
Oh,
Right? You're not meant to be able to
read.
talk from my pocket. Right now, you're just meant to be in my pocket to make me feel better. And I'll bring you out when I need like some pepping up and to feel good about myself.
that's disrespectful.
No, it's not. What do you mean?
Wait, hold on. I taught you better than that, Charlie. You know better than put people in your damn pocket. I taught you. Matter of fact, you ain't coming to Club Nate no more. I'm tired of your shit.
Oh, what? You know, I can't believe that after all the bullshit I pulled in Club Nate, this is what gets me banned? Fuck y'all. Fuck your club.
Hey, I'm clipping that one, Pat.
It's all right. I still love you, baby.
I love you more.
Hey, look, I want y'all to see what Queen said. Queen said this is a perfect panel.
That my name isn't Rocket.
Wait, what happened?
Where did I go?
No, Queen said this is a perfect panel. I want to tell her why it's imperfect because she's not up here. So come on up.
Get up here, woman.
Hey,
I think she tried to rush y'all to get up there. I was just gonna come up here and show love anyway because I was supposed to come up and show some love. Rats.
That's why
I finally stopped running the YouTube streets for 12 seconds of my life.
Sit down and smoke some.
Nah, but I was in 3 different lives and I didn't even see that you was live until I fucking came. I said, the fuck? And I said, oh man. Doing this bullshit now. YouTube don't kiss nothing. They doing too much.
Yeah, they had me unsubscribe to you and Eva James, and I had to go back in and subscribe back. And I'm like, because I thought it was a second channel. I'm like, nah. And so I went back and subscribed back. And then when I went on my
channel, but one channel that she did drop in the thing yesterday, I think is a backup channel. But other than that, but her main channel. Don't feel bad. I just told you, Miss Queen T and somebody else that came in my chat the other day. They had me unsub from her, and I'm like, wait a minute. I'm wondering why I'm not getting no notifications, and I'm usually, I'm leaving comments or hitting the like button and shit. I said, yo, YouTube gotta do better.
Because it did that with Papa Wills when I first subscribed to him. It unsubscribed me, and I had to go back in and subscribe again. So I don't know what YouTube because I be watching the videos.
YouTube doesn't want us to communicate.
Yeah,
I think it's because of me. I think it's because of me. I might be the first.
Well, I think that I like to blame Nate for everything that goes wrong in my life. So yeah, it's Nate's fault.
Yeah. I take responsibility for that. I take responsibility for that.
About time you took accountability.
I stay taking accountability. Nobody want to take accountability for their own actions. So the next time I come back in my chat and see things going on in the club and I get blamed for something.
Hey, bro, I tried to coach you, bro. I brought the Plan B into the club. It was my bad. It was counterfeit. Okay, I thought I was okay buying stuff from the behind the Jamaican store from the Asian dude. I didn't know they
Yeah,
make counterfeit pills like that, bro. My bad.
yeah.
You see how you mess up in the game though? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you just I don't be doing too damn much. See, now look, I'm getting blamed for every damn thing and I ain't do shit. It's all right. It's all right. I'm gonna let that slide today. I'm gonna take that accountability again today. I ain't gonna be taking too much accountability for you niggas though.
I'm just going to tell Miss Aussie that I'm not even going to tell her what she missed on Tay's live stream last night.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that shit was wild. That shit was wild last night. I was crying. I was in the back crying.
I can only imagine.
You just
While
need to go.
throwing somebody out.
I can only imagine.
No, you can't.
No?
You can't.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn it.
That shit was too funny last night.
That's
Even in the
not
chat, it was
fair.
funny. Even in the chat was funny. I just sat here and laughed until I fell asleep for a little bit. I said, "Look at this shit."
Lately, I've been missing everything that's good.
Yeah, because you keep talking about everything bad, punk. You know what? I need to come out there and elbow drop. I got an elbow drop a few people. I'm going on a road trip.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going on a world tour. My leg drop
Can I-
everybody that's saying they're doing something wrong.
Can I add a few people to your list now?
No.
No.
You don't get that
Of
much
course not.
love right now. You don't get that much love right now because you've been missing out on people. You know,
I
stop.
know.
You're gonna stop fake loading over there, damn it. Before I have to get in your. Never mind, I forgot this is a kid show. Damn it.
Nah, anytime Papa Will hit the panel, I
Oh,
forgot to
yes.
do YouTube fair use. The words of Papa Will is his own. They're
Absolutely.
not endorsed by the Words channel. Okay, go ahead, Pop.
The thoughts and opinions of Papa Wills are not reflected by the word at all, whatsoever.
It's reflected by me though. It's reflected by me though.
I gotta have every time Pop come up, I gotta have Perp come up and do my public service announcement
Uh-huh.
because I don't know what's gonna come out of Pop's mouth.
Nope.
Oh no, you don't know what the hell will come out my mouth neither, but I ain't gonna
No.
get you smoke.
Yeah.
So
Neither.
you gotta
But I ain't
watch
gonna get you smoke.
these two rogue characters up in the
Yeah.
corner.
Yeah.
All views and opinions are mine and mine only. That's only because y'all breath stank.
Sometimes we might need a parental discretion use for advice.
I agree with whatever she said. I agree. Who's she talking about?
Listen,
You
I
dear.
don't agree with nothing. Listen, all views and opinions that came out my mouth just came out my mouth because your breath stink. Hold that, nigga. Tired of y'all shit. Who else smoke today?
Yeah. My shit ain't predetermined either, you know. It just came with a drop of the lip and out of the tongue. So I take no responsibility for nothing I said.
Pop, man, look, my mom was listening to the last video, and bro, she was crying, laughing when you was talking about the Catholic priest, man.
Oh, really?
I'm sitting up here like, oh my god! I was like, I told you, wild.
And I didn't curse one word either, did I? It was just straight. It wasn't
No,
even,
yes, you did. Every other word.
you know, I can't remember, man. You know,
Hey,
Stop smoking the
wanted-
tweed, next thing.
I was about to make a drop out of that, but I was like, nah, Papa go kill me.
oh no, go ahead, man. You got fair use. You got fair use, dude.
All right,
Fair
bro,
use.
because you got some classics. It's another, yeah. I'm gonna do a compilation of Papa Will.
Yeah, make something out of me, man, because I ain't did it yet. Shit.
Man, you got some classics like where I'll be cracking up listening back to some of the videos me and you did, man. I was like, nah. Anytime I'm on a Hope Pop, hit the link because he gonna say something.
I know you. I used to do that to Nate, but man, you know, Nate got it going on, man. All I feel like is, hey Nate, I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna check everybody's ID. I'm going to check everybody's motherfucking everybody's channel, Nate. I'm going back here. Oh, Nate, look out for that person right there, man. That motherfucker only been in here 3 years, man. He ain't even a moderator. Oh man, you gotta look out, man. I'm coming through. I'll be right back. Next stuff over. No. I just try to stay down in the chat, maintain myself, wipe the sweat off my head, and just, hey, you look
But
like a troll. Are you gonna be a good troll or a bad troll? Because I could 300 seconds your ass right now. Yo, Nate, salute. And that means, check this. Is this a friend of yours? He ain't got no mod stick upside his forehead. What's up? What's up with this cat?
Pop, you ready to snipe people?
I do, man. I do. I be sitting up there with my goddamn scope on, and I just pop out on people. I can tell the difference between everybody in the blue uniform and anybody come in here ain't in no uniform. And I say, salute, salute. And they don't say nothing back. That's a warning sign. Motherfucker don't say salute, don't say nothing back to me. Did you say anything to the motherfucker podcaster, the admin of the show? Nothing. Him either. Him and me either. And you over here speaking to her, and you don't even know her. Nigga, we ain't said you could touch our women like that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Back up. Back the fuck up. And then Angela Pertby done put them on timeout already, man. Two of snipers.
Oh my goodness.
Now, I do get confused on which one of y'all said you was on Troll Patrol last week.
I think that was me, or at least I had my troll slapping hand at the ready.
That was you then. Yep.
Yeah.
Troll Patrol.
I'll slap a bitch.
Hey, my bad. Hey, Craig, I ain't meant to be rude to you, Craig. What was your opinion about communication? We ain't hear Craig's thoughts yet. I love to hear Craig's.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself so I'm not tempted to speak.
I'll mute as well. Come on, Craig. Speak up.
What do you want to hear?
Yeah, your insight on communication.
Telecommunications or verbal communications or written communication?
Just in general. Like us communicating with each other. Where's the disconnect at?
Disconnect with communication? Pride.
Yeah. Pride.
Pride and insecurity, both.
Yeah.
We're too stubborn to say what we should say. And then sometimes we say things we shouldn't say because we're too insecure. So, that's one of the things that I've told my sons, and I tell people all the time, think twice before you let your mouth run, because sometimes you say things that you can't take back. And words are like razor blades, and they'll cut like a knife. They cut deep. So
that's the whole point right there. That's the whole fact.
I absolutely agree.
Well, I ain't gonna hold you. When I say something, I say it because I fucking mean it. Other than that, I don't say nothing that I don't need to say.
It's like these old tools that we can use, not just on ourselves, but we need to be teaching it to the youth, and we got to fix the problem with them because that's the next step up.
And sometimes it's not necessarily what you say, but how you say it to people.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole nother topic in and of itself, is how do you communicate your thoughts to somebody else?
And see, that's why I like having panels and people talking, because it's just like my perspective. Like I just think is a art to communicate. You got to understand the audience, and a lot of times you might have to. I ain't gonna say dummy yourself down to convey your message to a person, but if you're using terms or understanding they don't know, they not gonna get what you're saying. So
here's a prime example. You can ask somebody to do something, and you can tell somebody to do something.
Right.
And it just the manner in which you address people varies upon the person. You know, you could tell Nate, you know what, Nate, turn that music off and go to bed. And he probably wouldn't be bothered by it. But you could say, hey, Pops, turn that music off and go to bed. And then he might be pissed. But he might not talk to you for 3 days.
Right.
So, I mean, it's being able to read a personality and being able to communicate a thought to somebody is an art too.
And see, that's what I'm saying. You got to understand your audience, and because if you, like where I'm from, is you can't slick talk somebody. As soon as they feel you doing that, they go feel you trying to take advantage of them or get over on them, and they go react to it.
Yeah, but you don't have to sweet talk people to be pleasant and talk to them on a level that they can comprehend.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and every person's a little bit different.
I'm retarded. My fault.
Stop it.
Well, to be fair, he could be a little bit touched.
Are we really gonna go there, Miss Platty? You've always been touched by an energy. Man, listen, you're gonna start crying every 2 seconds over here. I don't want to hear that shit. You got crybaby tears on my dance floor. I don't want to see that shit. Somebody get hurt in here. That's we blaming you. Take accountability for 2023.
I am. I already reckon that I've fucked 2023, but 2024 is gonna be my year for sure.
Hold on, we only 14 days into this year.
I know, that's my point.
Nah, you turn it. No, you read those 2 books. You listen to those 2 books.
Yes, and you are absolutely right, and I will. I just I needed to get away this weekend and just recenter myself with some friends, and touch the beach and touch the ground and
touch yourself.
Hey, that's for later.
I like all that. You're a heathen. Go back to church, guys.
This show is rated R,
and you're right.
Or
I think that I've been communicating far too much in the negative myself, and I do have to pull my head out of my ass a little bit, stop feeling sorry for myself somewhat, because I'm doing a lot better than many. And look, it's not a competition ever, but I'm still here for whatever reason, I don't know.
You're here for us.
Miss Aussie, I would love it if you would stop kicking yourself like a used coffee can.
Oh, well, I wish I could feel less like a used coffee can. You're
not. You're a prize. You just haven't found the right prize to be yet.
Yeah.
No, she just gotta get away from all the damn. She gotta get away from all the damn animals over there. That's it. Those animals over there are depressing. Come on now.
Or someone worthy enough of this prize, and someone that doesn't fucking get my messages all wrong. Like, fuck. Oh, people just annoy the shit out of me. Seriously.
Oh, we love you too, baby. We love you too, baby.
But I don't consider you guys in the people basket.
I am a people.
You are a people of some sort.
I am a people. You better get it right, damn it.
But I don't know.
You can't roll up, Nate, and touch her on the shoulder.
You guys are my people, though, and you don't get me twisted. You don't get me wrong.
Yes, I do. And sure. I'm gonna get you twisted right now. Here, hold this. Roll this up real quick.
Oh, look at you. Where's my brekkie, gosh darn it?
It's in the oven where it's supposed to be at.
All right, I'm swimming. Look, you could take me. It could take me 6
Wait a minute,
months,
wait a
but
minute.
I'll be there. You saved me some.
Uh-huh.
Is that the backstroke, the breaststroke, or the doggy paddle? Because we need to
It's
know.
all the strokes. It's all the strokes.
Herb was talking to us yesterday in some foreign language and about the beach.
Yes,
You use
the
some,
beach.
yeah, you use some word in your language there that I looked it up. I immediately looked it up and it said the beach. And I'm like, this girl is talking. Don't she know where the hell we're at? It's winter time where we're at. So I didn't even say it. I said, no, man, it's my, like we said about communicating. I hadn't set that one up well enough to just blurt that out there, out in the Reelsville that, girl, what do you mean the beach? Oh, I didn't know
Uh,
y'all would figure that word out. What the hell you think I'm like, okay, that'd be way too much, but you'd be getting all
hey,
personal feelings.
Hey, Pop, you got banned
sorry
for
to
2
cut
weeks.
in,
Who
but
do what?
did you get banned for 2 weeks?
Damn, where'd y'all hear that? Oh, there it is right there, huh? The goddamn
Please telling your secrets.
yeah. No, it ain't no secret. I told y'all this the other day in Nate's chat that I got
Was
my
this?
second flag. I got my second strike, man. I can't have no shows right now on here, and then I can't figure
Oh,
out how to
what?
use this whole thing to Facebook efficiently yet either. So yeah, I got 2 strikes against my ass, boy.
But see, that's the
Oh, I'm
thing, though.
sorry.
And see, that's the thing. He told me what it was, but see, like I thought it was for music. It wasn't so much as the music
No,
because he's a small channel. It's the fact that you promoting certain things and you can't promote it like
right,
in a written
right,
word or whatever on the screen, something
yeah.
like that.
Uh-huh.
I
Oh,
can't
wow.
be promoting the sale of records or any other kind of merchandise, at a non
Monetize.
monetized level. You can't do it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, but what if it was my own
oh, I
shit, man?
see.
Wait. So I can't promote
That's
my
my
own.
own
I
shit.
can't. I can't promote my own shit. That's what you're trying to tell me. Until I monetize, I can't
That's
promote
what
my
I'm
own
Yeah.
telling
shit.
you. 'Cause this was my own shit. I
I'm
just
happy
have
I ain't put my
different
cousin stuff
people's
up there.
names on it, and
No doubt.
and I thought, it was that time, bam, let's hit this, and it wasn't, between. Oh wow, that you can't be promoting the sale of nothing. They consider that spam and scam. You're scamming them and you're spamming, but they can let people send us porn bombs in our chats.
Fact.
They sanction that shit. Do you
You
know
see
that
what
you
happened?
can actually flag that channel that drops that? You go to that 3 dots and go to that channel, and you can flag that channel for doing
Yeah.
that, rather than just what do we do? What do we be doing to them? We put them in timeout. What do we do when we?
I just be roasting. You see what happened the last time? I go on a fucking tirade.
Well, right after you did that, I wouldn't flag that channel. That's supposed to mean, like, if somebody flags you for violating a community standard, that's how you get a violation. They claim it's because their machine is reading that you just you did porn, or you tried to sell something to the people that were watching your chat, either in words or in voice. And they'll tell them what else out there. So do it. It ain't the music. You can get a copyright bomb dropped on you, though, even for your music, if the person that holds that copyright says that, no, you don't have the freedom to use this on Facebook, and so until you trim it out, your video is on freeze. But Nate, you say you throw yours away, so I'm just talking over your head. This don't count. I'm just saying what's happening to me twice
Yeah,
now.
'cause even if I will tell you, even if I thought I was a monetized channel, you think listen? I delete those, and I don't. I already said that to them niggas one day when they asked me how did the stream go. I said it's bad because why are you interrupting something that you know I'm going to delete anyway? I don't keep up the music
Oh
video.
yeah, and I can say that too, because if you don't let my shit go through on YouTube, it still went to Rumble.
Yeah.
And I can go there and get a link if I need to post the shit to your channel, his channel, somebody's channel, or YouTube or Instagram or TikTok, wherever. You know, but you know that because I was about to say this earlier, y'all, before I woke the baby over my loud ass mouth, is that pre-record. You know, there's a reason to pre-record your show, but it eliminates you interacting with your chat because all you got is your pre-recorded show. You shot it, you put it in a can. I'm like, well, dude, that's what I did with all that ton of videos that's on my channel already. That's what all that is. That's me shooting a show I was having and breaking it down into 30-minute segments and popping it back on YouTube for prosperity's sake. Now that shit is so old it ain't even on YouTube no more. I'm like, okay, you done knocked my shit out. So that's why I'm on here. Yeah, I need all of y'all. I see what happens when I get around Nate and I've been smoking weed. This is what I'm
Stop
trying
trying
to
to blame me for everything. Yo, y'all going to stop blaming me for everything for 2023, man. Just stop it. Take
I
accountability for your own shit.
you know,
Take
you did.
accountability.
But check this out, y'all.
I've only just started. I'm blaming you for everything.
Tell him. That's what I said. Look,
Mm-hmm.
when you sub up to a brand new person, you in order for it to stick, you need to click play of that video, take the link and post it back in the chat where you're at, but let it play if you subscribe up to it. Because if you just sub up to it and then you go away, it'll be up there for like a hot minute and then it gets took down. That's what happened to y'all. You know,
this is my rule of thumb for adding people to my subscriber list. I'll subscribe to them, and then I'll watch a video. Then I'll go back a few days later, watch another video, and leave a comment.
Yeah, that one.
Because
Let's do
then
like the
YouTube
white
won't
guy
mess
said.
with
That's
you.
what works.
YouTube won't mess with you. If you go subscribe to a channel, watch a video, like it, leave a comment, all in the same at the same time, YouTube can take those away from you because they don't think that that's a genuine following.
Mm-hmm.
So I always wait to make a comment till a day or two later. Then YouTube doesn't mess with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the way your funky ass Facebook is too. If somebody friends you and you don't communicate with them, you'll never see them pop up in your news feed.
Yeah, and you know it helps to have genuine people. I mean, not everybody's going to be everybody's cup of tea,
Right.
and that's fine. I mean, you know, you don't have to like everybody you run into. It doesn't mean you have to be rude to them or uncourteous.
Never be rude to people.
But if you don't care for somebody's content, then don't watch it.
Exactly. Yeah, I could never be rude to a content provider. I could not go in your room and say anything rude to you or anybody else in your room. I couldn't do it.
And I don't know about anybody else, but when you have over 1,000 people that you're trying to follow, you can't watch everything there is on everybody's stuff.
Yeah.
You can try your best, but there's not enough time in the day to watch everybody's content.
Right.
So sometimes you just have to get in where you can fit in.
Yeah.
And see, like even it's some content creators I enjoy their content, but certain portions of their content, I go in there, say what up, hit a like, and then I'll leave out. Sometimes I don't even say what up, depending on what they're doing. But you know, when they start doing stuff I can relate to, I go back in and I'll be active in the chat. But you can't, be everywhere at one time. Sometimes I'll be on two devices because two of my, Nate might be on and Miss 504 might be on. So I turn my laptop on, be on one device and one chat, and then.
Yeah, sometimes I've got 6 or 7 tabs open, and I will go in and like a stream and let run, and never even catch a moment of it. But at least the view's there.
Yeah, at least they get the view and the like.
And some of that's kind of a gimmick too, because YouTube will actually rate view time based upon interaction in the chat. So some of those views aren't really necessarily counted, but the like is counted. So, I mean, it's really kind of one of those games that YouTube likes to play. Like if you ever notice in your analytics, when you look at your videos and there's a like button on there for 50 people and the average view duration is about 12 seconds, that's because people aren't interacting with the video. And for some reason, the YouTube algorithm can pick that up. I don't know how it does it, but they know when there's people that are active and when there's people that are not active. And that's why I say that YouTube's not out for the creator. YouTube's out to make money for themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how everything is.
Just don't get discouraged, you know. I mean, that's the biggest thing about being a creator is you can't get discouraged about the numbers. Don't worry about the numbers. Do your content, be who you are, be genuine, and the numbers will flow.
See, that's what I'm learning now. It's just, but I'm gonna start actually uploading videos. Like I like doing the live because at night my family sleep, and when they woke, it ain't no way I'll be able to come on here. My house too loud. I live in the house is me and Middle Easterns, and you get black people, Middle Easterns together. We all loud.
Yeah, we have a good foundation for a community to teach people how to communicate and how to address daily problems.
Yeah.
And I think that through several channels that the message will only get stronger. And as a world, communication needs to be a lot better. And
They do.
people need to have the skills to learn how to treat each other a little bit better.
And that's what
it's not being taught anywhere else. So if we don't start to teach people how to be respectful and how to be respected, people are going to get lost in that. We're going to go back to living in the Stone Age.
And that's why I think it's important to understand, everyone comes from a different background, and just understanding that, I think that'll help us communicate a little better. Because, like I said, a lot of times, when I talk about black issues, that's because I'm black, and that's my experience in the world. And sometimes it turns people off, because it's people who literally think, someone black having pride means they hate everybody else. And it's like, nah, I don't hate no one else. It's just I have to do it for me because I have nothing to look at. You turn on the TV, the way black people are displayed in movies and television programs ain't like it was in the mid 80s or 70s, into the 90s. It's something different now. The music is different. So I got to do that for myself now. Ain't no more Cosby shows. Ain't no different world.
The elite, wealthy people of the world are rapidly trying to erase history as fast as they can.
Yes.
So, if we don't continue to teach real history and factual history, that's going to disappear. I mean, they've already got a grip on our children in the schools, and they're deprogramming and reprogramming children. We the people need to be true to ourselves and true to our history and to pass that knowledge on, because if we don't, we're going to have more than just a couple generations that are lost. It'll be a world of lost people.
And see, that's fact, because just even, it was like 3 years ago, my nephew,
I have to go. Can you feed her?
yeah, my nephew brought home his history book, and they was teaching about slavery, and they tried to change it up, and I'm like, that's not what it is. But just the way they trying to rewrite things, and it's kind of crazy, but like you said, if we don't teach proper history and factual history, it'll get lost. And through generations, it's been like that. It's always been like that. Usually, whoever in control writes the story.
We're going to end up right back where we were at in 1912. You know, and we're going to end up with worse problems now than what they had then. You know, that's why communication is so important. And that's one of the reasons why I don't take one news source to heart. And anything that I see in any kind of news situation, I go do research on all of it. I don't care where it's from or who publishes it. I go for the facts. I don't go for what people tell me. And it's amazing how misconstrued everybody can push an agenda to their own benefit.
And I was about to say this: watching the next 15 years, they go teach in school. When we went over to Iraq, we actually found weapons of mass destruction. Watch, I'm telling you, man. They go be like, "Oh no, we found them. That's why we did what we did."
We are only in the Middle East to control oil.
Facts.
That's the only reason why we ever went to the Middle East was to control oil.
And heroin. Don't leave out the drugs.
You know, and even right now, we're still trying to control oil in the Middle East.
Yeah.
I read an article today where Exxon's trying to open an oil refinery in the Gulf Coast. Why are we letting these Saudi world leaders profit off of what we're doing? Why are we not producing our own refined oil?
And we can. We got the technology and we got the oil to do it with. So
Can I answer that question?
Yep.
In 1972, America made the decision and got it passed into the government. The private oil sector said, if we don't stop drilling oil off our country, in 30,000 years, there ain't gonna be none left. So what we need to do is we need to go over to those countries over in the Central Asia, Far East Asia, Asia Minor. We need to go and get involved in their production of oil because we could leave a whole lot of money over there. And while we're doing that, we could, sell some weapons and we could kill some people. But we really want them poppies. We need all that heroin so we can sell that shit to Americans and Europe, But that's why people like me that have served in the service understand what the whole goddamn Vietnam War even was about. Reynolds Aluminum wanted all the mining ore they could get out of that place as a spoil of war, and they could get all the heroin they could dig up out the ground and put in military ships and ship back over and sell to American people. That's how they get their spending money over there, is by selling drugs.
Not only that, but war is big business.
Yeah.
And that's just like the situation in Ukraine right now. We're spending lots of money on people that are not really getting any benefit.
Mm-hmm.
We're giving them lots of firepower. We're giving them lots of money, but it's not being used to protect the people.
Mm-hmm.
It's being used to protect criminals.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there's criminals on both sides of that war.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not going to tell the taxpayers the truth.
Mm-mm.
So
Not about the truth.
that whole situation's toxic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's being run by people that have deep pockets. And they're making even more money off of that. While the taxpayers are swimming in a mountain of debt that will our great-grandchildren will probably never be able to pay back.
Mm-hmm. Yep, never.
They're trying to raise the debt ceiling again. So they can spend more money. And they haven't even spent all the money they designated for COVID yet. And we're, just like the wall, the southern border, we're still paying for those contractors to build that wall.
Yeah. And the guy,
that money's getting paid.
And the guy that's standing up ain't even in charge no more. You can't even hold him responsible.
I mean, I wish that I was wealthy enough that I could turn on the tap of my wallet and just let it run flow and free. And just drain out into the middle of a population that needed it. Because it's kind of what I feel like our tax dollars do.
Shoot, that Social Security money already been lost.
Anyway, I want to stop on that subject because I could go on for years.
Let's talk about Perp some more. Did Angel ever show up? I've been over here stuck in the back room all night, man.
Angel ain't show up. I'm trying to get we're still trying to get Queen up here.
Yeah, girl, stop making me look bad.
Don't be scared.
Don't be scared. You mess around and I'll tell everybody what your real name is. Shit.
She's got the ability to communicate with people.
She does. She's a therapist.
Yeah, she is.
We all need some of that.
She's the perfect person to get up here and tell us how to communicate effectively. What are you doing in the comments, woman?
Yeah, we need these skills. We got to get the people the skills. That's why we up here.
See, she knows that if she stays down there, that she could critique us, but we can't say nothing she did or said because she's bashful and she's afraid she might stumble.
Oh, I stumble all the time.
I keep trying to tell her that. Don't make me have to tell them about Seven's birthday party where you stumbled. You better get yourself on over here and tell the story yourself.
I offered to hold her hand the other night,
Me too.
Anybody that wants to talk out of line or misrepresent who she is will probably not be welcome. So be scared to come up here and give her thoughts and opinions on anything.
Yeah.
You covered it. You covered by Nate, if anything. Then you got Papa, then you got me and Craig. You covered.
And me. Oh, I've got my jaw slapping hand at the ready.
If Perp gotta get her hands dirty, it's gonna be ugly.
Yeah, it'd be real ugly. It's got to get all the way to her.
If it gets to Perp, it's ugly.
Across the building.
People better not fuck with me.
No, that's why I put Nate first. They see Nate, they ain't messing with Nate. They usually back off when they see Nate. Then they get past Nate, they got to get the Pop. Yeah. And then Craig. I put myself last as the man because they can see better than me.
Into a jerk from a second away. I did that the other night in Nate's chat.
Yeah. Nah, but that's why I said I don't. And come to find out the person that fucking came in actually got a page and all. No, I just had to tell that nigga bro, you don't come in here and just don't say nothing to nobody. I don't give a damn.
What did I miss?
No, this is
another troll.
It
wasn't a troll. Somebody came in the chat.
He didn't miss Gary. Gary was in the chat.
Oh.
And he came in another name, and he said something way out of line. And it was seconds. I've said, hey, there's a fake account in here, and it was handled in seconds.
Yes.
So
you just jump on them. You don't mess about. You don't question it. Goodbye, ciao.
No, what I was talking about yesterday morning when I did my live, it wasn't even a troll that came in. I just said, how do you come out and you don't say? He asked the question, but I'm just like, how you come out and don't even say what's up to the host? I said, see, that's how you get blocked out of here. I found out he was the whole content creator. But I'm just like, bro, how you come out of nowhere and don't even say what up to the host, nobody? I said, then we just had this conversation the day before, and you had to
Yeah.
apologize. I said, yeah, all right, let me get your ass up out of here.
Right. Oh, okay. That same fool.
I was just like, man, everybody funny. I don't really care. My temper is short, but my knowledge is too fucking great. So it is what it is.
But
I'm
I
a,
mean,
I'm a
it's
Not
control.
only that,
people
Dave, but
don't.
your knowledge is
People.
expanded because you have very intelligent people that are around you.
Mhm.
So, I mean, it's
But
not
what?
just your thoughts that are conveyed, but there's a mountain of knowledge that surrounds you because you're a magnet and you draw intelligent people to you. So,
Speak quick, Perp.
What the
What's
hell?
that?
It sounds like somebody cooking dope in the kitchen.
That's what I was going to say. Somebody said, stop in lines, Perp. Put your dope down and put your mouth back in your microphone. It's your turn to speak.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you're very sweet.
Mhm.
No. My point was going to be that I don't know. You don't walk into somebody's house without greeting the person that lives there, at all. Unless unless you actually live there. But even then, like you still say hello to, to the person that also lives there. It's a common courtesy. It's a sign of, respect. So you don't walk into somebody's chat without acknowledging them. Simple.
Yeah, but some people don't know what simple is until it bite them in the ass. So it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. True. True.
You forgot when people do stupid shit. What my good old saying is, you smoke rocks. Can't say it more clear.
well, and we have a good community. So, I mean, the trolls can try all they want, but they don't last long. Just,
Oh no, I know. They gonna get mad when there's just more knowledge coming out, and there's gonna be more realizations and more hardships. And, like this motherfucker keeps because I'm actually seeing what the hell's going on, and I'm not just worried about who's doing what, who mama got pregnant by somebody granddaddy. I don't care about none of that shit. I don't care about none of that.
I've heard about somebody granddaddy.
when you have people that are tuned into the same page, it's pretty easy to follow and make sure everybody's kind of in tow with that. So it really, like I said, it's a good foundation, and it's starting to grow, and it will continue to grow. And as long as it's genuine, it won't slow down.
Yeah, I know that. And that's the thing though. Like I told somebody, I said I'm not like I told somebody, it wasn't focused on certain things. Only thing I was focused on was just getting these words out. Just like I said, the inspiration is still coming because I had somebody talking to me, like I said earlier. That's mostly what that live was about earlier. It wasn't so much I was giving most of my people behind the scenes that's thinking about doing content at some point, just a rundown. Cause they be watching YouTube and shit. A couple of them was like, I didn't even know your ass had a channel. And you're like, why you ain't say nothing? So I shouldn't have to say nothing. You know me, I'm sporadic with shit. I do what I do.
But that's the thing too. It's like more people, stuff get old, and eventually people will start looking for solutions to their problem. And I think that's what we do. Not only do we bring solutions, but we got channels within the circle, who do the music and just do the feel good content, do the jokes. You know what I'm saying? You can go and have fun without all the beef and all the worrying about, people judging you, And I think ultimately, that's what people will be drawn to, the fact that, they can actually come on here, get some information and still have a good time.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, like I told somebody, I said, man, listen, all in all, as long as you inspiring people. Like I said, there's a couple of people on here that I know for a fact wasn't going to do content. They started it because they said it was mostly because of me, which I respect that. Then I was sitting there saying, I said, you can't never say you can't do shit. That's the one thing I tell people. Don't ever tell me that you can't. It's not that you can't, you won't. That's why I was respecting like Big Trades and a few other ones. They was like, nah, don't tell Nate that shit right there. That's one way to surely piss him off. Yeah. It's not that you can't do nothing. As long as you physically able to do something, you can do something.
Well, I don't think that necessarily teaching people to not judge others is as critical as teaching people to unprogram their minds and to stop judging themselves.
Yeah.
When you stop judging
Like
yourself,
they can't, or they're not worthy, or they don't have the tools or the resources, because they do. They just don't know, and the ignorance leads them to be in a self-pity that they can't get out of. You know, that's as important as teaching people how to treat others is to try to learn how to treat themselves.
and it all starts in the mind. And that's my angle that I'm taking is trying to unprogram a lot of the things that was taught to us since we was little, you know. And like I said, the mindset, emotions. Like people don't even talk about emotions, what emotions are, and how they affect your perception, and how they put those programs in your mind, give you those ways of thinking through emotions. People don't even talk about it because they're not aware of it. A lot of people not aware of that. This little girl will not hurt.
All I heard was baby bottles. Hold on. All I heard was baby bottles, Craig. I hear you going, man.
If you have one person that stands up and dances and nobody does anything, then nobody cares. If you have one person that stands up and dances and then somebody else joins in, before long, you got a whole room full of people dancing. You know, and it's the same with any situation. You could have one person that stands out and they could be an issue, and society will push them or cast them out or do whatever they do. But if you have one person that stands up and people start to join that person, you can't deal with a crowd of people like you can with one person. So, and that's why it's important to have the community as tight as it is and to have it as strong as it is. And the biggest thing is that if you're not in a group of people that are headed in the same direction that you are and your circle is not tight, then you're in the wrong circle.
Exactly.
You know, and sometimes you have to grow and you have to leave a circle, and sometimes you have to backtrack and get back into a circle. But you got to be around people that are headed in the same direction that you are. You know, that we have right now is we have a following of people that are willing to learn and are eager to have the knowledge. So being good stewards of the knowledge and helping them find that information is important.
Just as long we don't name the new sector, I woke up with violence on my mind.
Nah. First of all, I'm trying to get my own straight to read. Don't tell nobody. I'm trying to get my own straight to read. Like Cole, that too. Violent OG.
Faith is a hard subject. Because I don't think that there's any religion that isn't centered around financial gain.
It's not. Or control.
You know, our faith tells us that we need to tithe and offer to contribute back. But I don't think that giving money to wealthy churches is the way that is intended to work.
Do you know the original
$100,000 to a group of people that could use it than I would to give 20 cents to a church that's going to waste it.
Are you familiar with Martin Luther, the priest?
So, and since the beginning of time, religion's been tied to every major war. There's been a biblical or religious excuse for every major war that has ever happened since the beginning of time. And that's one of the reasons why I don't like doctrine and religion. So, and like I said, I've read several versions of the Bible, and pretty much the message between all of them is about the same. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't think are true in some of the versions, but the general concept is the ability to make the mind evaluate how to judge right from wrong. So if you can take that out of the Bible and you can learn from the stories that are in the Bible, then to me that's your faith. But your church is the community of people that you're around and that you have fellowship with daily. And that's why I say, when we're here having a conversation, we're in the house of the Word. And when we're over at Nate's, we're in the house of Nate. People can't argue that.
Yeah.
And I don't care if you're a Muslim, I don't care if you're a Christian, I don't care if you're Judaism, whatever it is, you still have the ability to treat people with the common respect that they deserve.
Facts. Now, see, you see how you just said that. Shout outs to Eve, because she said that when I came up on her panel the other day. She was sitting there saying, like certain people, that even when it comes to me, she was like, it's a nice little community, everybody chilling, everybody's having fun, and it's no because I said that's the one thing I don't tolerate, because that would be like me letting a bunch of people come to my house and I don't set rules and regulations. I'm gonna let y'all be y'all and do y'all, but it just, we all coming together for some sort of cause, and it ain't to come on for some bullshit. So, and if you can't be real with yourself, then you can't be real with the people.
Love's got to be blind, and justice has got to be blind too. You can love everybody, but you can dislike people. That's a fact.
Oh, that part is true. I know that. But I'm just saying, as far as everybody that's coming in this community, she was talking about as far as my channel, she was like, everybody in the community is happy. Everybody's building and growing, and that's how it's supposed to be. Like, there are examples like D Truth and a few other ones. Shout out to them too.
Well,
you're going to bring
he has some opinions, and I would like for him to just go ahead and say it, because I think that he's worried that he's going to offend me, and I'm strong enough to listen to what he has to say, and maybe I'll learn something from it. I don't think that I have all the answers. I'm smart enough to know that I don't have a lot of answers for a lot of things, but I'm also smart enough to know that if I really want to go look for answers, I can go find them. And getting somebody else's point of view is as important as my own point of view. So, if somebody has something to say, don't be back.
My bad. I was on daddy.
I heard baby bottles again.
Yeah, I was on daddy duty. I had my little girl. She was not burp.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Guess who in the house? Hey, can somebody pop Caitlin's link in the chat, please?
Yeah, whose link you want in the chat?
Caitlin.
Who?
Am I saying that right?
Kaylani?
Kalani. My bad.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
let me get
Kalani.
here you go.
Lonnie's awesome.
Oh, you shadow watcher. See what I'm
If
talking about?
you
Coming out
watch,
of nowhere, shadow
hey,
watcher,
big,
man.
please
Coming out.
subscribe to all the links in the chat. They're all good people. This family. Um, so yeah, subscribe to all the links in the chat, please. If you're watching this on playback or live, this all family. We all family in here.
Kalani's
But,
awesome, and he's live as much as anybody else. You know,
hey,
and that's one of the channels that I've been hitting the like button on and letting it run because I get wrapped up in stuff in the middle of the day and I'm busy with stuff, but I'm not too proud to drop in and grab the like button or say hi when I get a second. But I've listened to some of his show in the background while I've been busy, and he's doing a good thing over there.
that's my new. That's when I wake up and it's either Nate or Kalani I'm clicking on. I get my little smoke on. Listen to Brother Nate. I call it Nate preaching, or listen to Kalani and get my groove, get centered. That's what I said. Good people, and that's the thing. Even like when you was talking about religion, a lot of people are touchy on that because I just feel like they don't indulge into it enough to understand their own religion, so they get defensive at times when somebody approach them with something they don't understand. So even me knowing that, when I communicate with people with religion, I don't talk about it in a sense um, that I'm attacking their faith. You know, I talk to them from understanding that um, I try to meet them where they at. Um, and if it worked for them, it worked for them. If they got questions about it, then I get in those discussions. But you know, I appreciate everybody' religion. I study them all, and I can tell you the thing about religion is this: it all, like you said, it preaches the same thing, just from different perspectives. You know,
Well,
it's
you
just a
know, I've
different.
been to services in a lot of different religions too. Some of them I'll break bread with, and some of them I won't.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know, and that's why I hate to call religion my religion. I call my religion faith because it's
right.
not tied to one doctrine. It's tied to my own doctrine of what I know to be true. And, you know, there are so many different doctrines of religion that I think that there's a little bit, even when you go back to paganism, which was before any Christianity or any kind of religion whatsoever, the spirit of the earth. That was the first religion ever formed. And I think that there are a lot of religions that have stolen parts of the idea of paganism. But, you know, that's my own belief.
And see, even getting into that word paganism, uh, that word it was tailored around religion, but the Latin root of paganism means from foreign land. It has nothing to do with religion, but they tailored that word around religion so you wouldn't look at the things that came before the three main religions. Because when you, like you said, when you start looking at it, you'd be like, hold on. So this is from this and this is from that. All that stuff is tailored. Like I said, it's just a different perception. All of it comes from spiritual systems. If you think about it, we all have souls, and religion is tapped into the soul. Like even the word religion means to bind. You're bound to a book. You're bound to an ideology.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that I'm very heavy about is bondage. I do not believe in bondage. And my thoughts on bondage are pretty deep. If you're tied to a loan, if you're tied to any kind of debt at all, to me, that's bondage. And I don't want any man to claim any kind of part of my being as being something that they're owed.
But that's what they do with religion. I mean, the word itself means to bind. That's what I tell people. Is like, but see, I don't even from even that level. Like I said, communicating with people. Like I can talk about we can sit and have conversations about Christianity. I can give you a different perception. I can give you the allegories and parables. I can tell you the meaning. Or I can go into the Quran and do the same thing. I can go into the Tanakh. I can go into the Buddhists. I can go into the Kemetic system. And we can have conversations. But I had to learn not to meet people at their level because it had turned into a debate versus us exchanging knowledge.
Yeah, and you know what? The other thing too, that when you get into the situation of talking about faith, is that it's okay for people to have their own beliefs,
Right.
even if they're not what you believe. And sometimes it goes back to that communication thing. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
It's how you say it.
I don't do communion at a Catholic church because I don't believe in their doctrine. I don't do communion at a Jehovah's Witness church because I don't believe in their doctrine. I don't go to Seventh-day Adventists. I can't do that. But I've been invited to go to different theologies, and I never pass the opportunity up because I think that's disrespectful. And somebody takes the time to say, "Come listen to us and celebrate with us." I think it's disrespectful not to do that. But it doesn't mean that I have to buy everything they have to say. And it doesn't mean that I can't, praise the Lord while I'm there. I can say, okay, I can pick and choose what part of this I'm going to participate in. And that's okay. But I don't need to be rude to people. I mean, that's one of the things that I always say. I'm not too strong to be humble.
Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I don't do communion. Because to me, it's a form of cannibalism. I'm straight. That's just my opinion, but that's a form of cannibalism. But I don't disrespect people. Like, I follow the 42 ideas of Ma'at, and one of the ideals is all altars are sacred, meaning all religions be respectful. To all religions, be respectful to people's belief system. If somebody using something and it's making them a better person, who am I to tell them any different?
Yeah, and you know what? I think that having an appreciation for people makes it a lot easier to intercommunicate faith. And that's one of those things that it's like politics. You can get into a deep conversation about that, but again, communication is the key, and not judging people by what they believe, but encourage them to just believe.
See, Pop typing in the chat. Why you ain't say this, Pop?
Because I'm sitting here listening. I'm a researcher, man. I'll take what you said and I'll go find you exactly what you said.
Yeah, look up the Latin term of pagan, though. Look up the Latin. It means from a foreign land.
I could look further, but the general perception of paganism is that it's not a set religion.
You got to look. You got to look at the Latin origins. Like, I look at, I don't, like, when I look at words, I don't even look, I'm familiar with the dictionaries, but most English words are Latin rooted. So I go back to the source.
English is more Gaelic than Latin.
Yeah.
Gaelic than Latin. There's a lot in Gaelic. There's a lot of Gaelic words that wind up being Latin, that in their Latin translation, we get them into the English precept of our spoken language.
And that's why I roll with, that's the only reason I roll with the Latin origin or the Latin root, is because most of the English words and coming from precept come from Latin. But you're right, it's more Gaelic.
Mm-hmm. Like the word Jesus. Jesus Jesus, Jesus, Hail Zeus.
Hell, Zeus, I Zeus,
Yeah, and translations. So we have to be
and that's what I
um,
tell.
fruitful in what we count, what we consist of content to ourselves, who we are as a number of different influences, even our genes. But that's what I keep trying to say. I keep trying to say that when Christopher Columbus and his damn pirate Moors came over here and invaded the Americas, they brought a whole different race of swarthy people to us. When the British were sending their Scots and their Celts, their Celts, their Celtics that
The
came
Celtics.
from Middle Europe, and they sent those people over here as indentured servants. They sent another race over here. People is what I've learned. And today in my studies, because I'm like each of one of us is like this. I've studied what I'm learning more of now, way back in 1973, but I forgot it. And I'm at that age now where I'm not gonna go even begin to pretend I'm gonna go back and read all the books of the knowledge I know today when I have researched and found a source for that same knowledge, readings from those same books. Because like y'all have said several things, and unfortunately for me, I know how to keep my mouth shut till I get to speak, and I will take us back on those points that were spoken. I learned today, which we all should grasp, but you don't have to. If you're not on the Christianity Catholic Church belief, you'll understand what I'm going to say. I learned today that Catholicism, which is the Catholic Church, not regular old paganistic Christianity, but Catholicism created a precept, a concept that was designed to wipe out Jews that didn't work.
Yeah, I could have told. Yeah,
See, and this is something I learned decades ago. But when you ain't got the proof to show to people, you kind of got people. Man, y'all got to realize I was born in 1954, and the shit I learned in the 60s that, like when I tell you guys this, you go, oh yeah, sure, that's right. When I tell you guys that in 1958, I got kicked out the Catholic Church after I'd been baptized for saying that Jesus Christ wasn't white. They throwed me out. But in all forms of religion, you gotta say that Jesus Christ was a Jew, right? Well, why is the Christianity grabbing Jesus Christ the Jew, but its whole intent is to destroy the Jew? Man,
but
that's interesting.
see, this it wasn't like when you say to wipe out the Jew. I would say I would use this terminology to replace the Jews as the chosen people of God, and that's what they have done. When we talk about religion and God, we don't talk about the Jewish people. We look to the Vatican.
Yeah, the Roman Catholics.
Yeah,
The
that's what we look to. We don't look to the chosen people of Jesus or God. We look to them. So mission accomplished.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
what
I'm
it
saying.
was for. It
That's
wasn't
exactly
really
what I'm
to.
saying.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
killed they killed millions of Native Americans in the name of the Catholic Church when they invaded this
They did that all over Europe with
all over
the
Europe, all
Spanish
over Europe.
Inquisition. You
Yeah,
know,
everywhere that Catholic Church went, boy, it just went there and destroyed everybody it could.
yeah, that's what happened with the Spanish Inquisition. They just went and lopped off everybody head who wouldn't recognize them
Mhm.
as the chosen people. You
And now,
know, they hide things in words and the way
yeah,
they choose to say stuff. So, like when we say um, they did it to wipe out the Jews, an argument could be made But if we say no, they did it to replace them as the chosen people of God or the authority of God, then it makes more sense. You see what I'm saying?
Of course. Of course. That's what the whole snatch and grab means. Is like I tell people, I say the best way to
Oh, you getting it?
control a people is one, kill off all the men, enslave all the children, and impregnate all the women. And in one generation, that next generation will have no idea who its ancestors were.
You
Because
left out one key point, Papa.
huh?
You left out one key point.
Okay.
Burn all the books.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
that part is
All
in
of
there
the
too.
knowledge.
That part is real bad in there. You know, we've seen that in make believe stories, but reality is exactly that you just said, Craig. You got because it is written that the Romans had everything that was written about them that they didn't like. They had it wiped out, and the person that wrote it killed.
Yep.
If you didn't say what we wanted, it was propaganda. Propagandized. If you don't say Jews are bad and Christians are good, then we're gonna push you off this wall, fucking whatever the fuck you call yourself. We're gonna push you off this wall. Now you can kneel down, eat the pork, and call yourself a Sephardic instead of a Gelt or more or any other or Jewish or hoministic or Judaist. If you bow down and say that you're a Christian, we'll let you live. We'll give you a little corn to eat too, boy. Well, if you say anything that sounds like anything other than what I just told you to say, you might as well just kiss your ass goodbye. I'm gonna kick you off this motherfucking hill so hard your ass won't have time to catch up with the lips. Well, what you say? What did he say to us? I don't know, but he's looking kind of mad, so I think we better go along. Yes, yeah, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
And you know what, Papa, to go along with that,
Mm-hmm.
this is the foundation of my faith, is that every living being comes from the same gene.
Mm-hmm.
Every living being. And the origin of man comes from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Papa go debate
Science
you
tells
on
us
that.
that. That's indisputable.
Well, they're finding bones that carbon date with no connection to Africa, meaning that when man evolved from whatever it was previously, he covered a lot of landmass. I wish I could show it to you of what the Earth looked like before it split off into what we see today.
Pangea.
When
He's
it
a
was all just one piece of motherfucking atmosphere
Pangea.
right at the equator, where just human existence, started to form, because
Yep.
we can call it Africa. But
Pangea.
that ain't even a real name of Africa, though. So
No, it's not.
yeah,
Africa is a French word and it means to divide. That's crazy.
but we get the concept that we all come from the same fucking seed that created any of us. Gas, gas, and electrical connection or attraction is what exists in our whole stratosphere, which keeps everything in all of existence, way past what human has been able to see. Gas and the electrical charge makes it all. It's all any of us is. It's all the moon is. It's all the sun is. It's all this planet is made up
I'm
of gas and the electrical charge that keeps that shit spinning together, spinning, and we
Pop.
just spun up.
I'm a star child.
Okay. Yeah. Crush that up and stick it up your nose and see what it smells like.
I am. I'm telling you the truth, man. I'm not from this planet.
Well,
I
ain't
can
none
tell
of us from this planet. Shit.
Okay. As long as we understand.
But wherever we was from, say something.
There's the guy right there.
Ryder.
Ryder's in the chat.
Hey, there's Ryder Prophet. Now we're gonna get some motherfucking morning. Is it that late somewhere already? You know, like they like to say, well, aliens brought us to this planet and dropped us here, and they were giants. Okay, yeah, well, them motherfuckers wasn't no more than gas and electrical charge too. Then wherever the fuck they came from, whatever created them, that started them to down the road, Jack, was gas and electrical charge, dust. You know, we're all like dust in the wind. Who sang that song? All we are is dust in the wind. Y'all too young for that shit. Huh? Salute, right?
That's why I like to say I'm of this world. I'm not from this world. I'm of
I'm
this
not
world.
from this world.
Yeah.
I'm here, but I'm not from here. And I mean, just but going back to communication, you know, I just think we if we take into account that we all got different perceptions, we came up different, we got different backgrounds and stuff, and just take that into account when we communicating with each other because we see things different. So a lot of times I think people take offense to something because they don't understand. You know, they don't understand. But then, you know, I understand too because some people are just jackasses, you know, and do say things to insult. But, you know, if I don't understand your background, I might say something that you may take offense to, but it might be normal to me, you know. And I think that happens a lot. There's a lot of miscommunication because we don't take into account other people's upbringing or just the way they look at life.
That's true. And you know, that was what I was saying in Nate's live stream a few days ago about taking people in and giving everybody a chance to prove who they are. Once they prove who they are, then you can make a decision about whether or not you want to be in that circle of people. But to not, even your enemies, if you see your enemies struggling and you don't try to help them, then you're no better than they are.
Right.
You know, and if I give my time or if I give something of me to somebody, it's a gift. What people do with that after I give that gift to them is on them. If I don't share of myself to people in need, then I'm not really doing what I should be doing.
And see what you saying too. Like I'm gonna just say this. I don't know if y'all familiar with Facts Over Feelings, who came in earlier, but he a really good dude. You know, he got a bad rap on YouTube because he got into it with people. But when you really look at it, he was defending himself a lot of times, and you can't tell people how they can defend themselves. You know, some people you may think, oh, that's overboard, but maybe it was overboard what you said to him. So that's why I think he a cool brother. He very smart and intelligent. And then he even, you know, he came to a head where he said, you know, I'm changing this, I'm changing that. You know, he took personal accountability. He's taking it now. And like I tell people, you ain't gonna see the change overnight. But just by him taking personal accountability, I'm like, you know, I'm rocking with him. I want to because I think the dude got a lot of potential. You know, he's a smart dude, and he got a lot to offer. It's just, you know, he got himself in situations on here that he reflecting back on now.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I like dude too.
He a real intelligent dude, and like I said,
Yeah,
I
he
think
is.
he got
Well,
a lot to offer.
I'm human. I make mistakes. So even if I say something and it's not right, or if I say something that you question, if I give you the thought and you go and find out for yourself, then I've done something that's positive. So, and there are things that I learn from people that I go research, and I learn new things all the time. But the growth is the important part of it.
And that's the important part is the growth. I'm gonna get Ryder up here one day. I don't know what the subject is, but that's
It's all
another
over
book.
the map. It's just everything. Communication is the subject.
But yeah, that Ryder's an intelligent brother too.
Yeah, he is. And that's what I told him the other night. He wanted to say something, but he was afraid that he might get backlash for it. And there's nothing that I would ever backlash against. So I would love to have a one-on-one with him just to hear what his thoughts are, because I'm curious. And I know that he's got a strong foundation in faith. I wouldn't turn it away in a minute.
That's the real thing about Ryder. I was like that too. I'm still like, I really am like that, so that's why I don't take advantage of people in my when I do my show. It's because unlike Ryder, there's a lot of deep ass information inside of me that I don't want to press on people that it might not settle with them properly, like
I absolutely understand, Papa, and I've got an immense respect for you. My thing is that my mind is at warp speed. So I spit information out as it's going through my warp speed mind. And I can do that effectively, whether it's on voice chat or if I'm typing. I mean, I can put stuff in chat for days. But, those are just my thoughts. And, my thoughts could be wrong.
And see, did you see this, Pops, where Ryder said, aliens, the great ancient Egyptian mystery that might be the first signs of human life form created by giants?
Yeah, no, I didn't read that, but an extra study beyond that, we find traces that this continent is the old world where shit originated, and they don't make mention of the aliens coming and dropping us off. That how do so many people in so many different places know the same shit?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you studied history, they were doing brain surgery back in the Mayans.
Yeah.
They had more knowledge of the human body and medicine then than we do today. That's why I think it's important that we need to make sure that our youth are getting the proper history education.
Hey, Pop, I got something for you to research. The Hippocratic Oath is based off Imhotep.
Yeah.
The oath that the doctors take today is based off of the creed of Imhotep.
Yeah.
Ancient Egyptian. The same Hippocratic Oath that the doctors take when they graduate is based off of an ancient Egyptian mantra.
True, but you have to look. You have to further do the research, and you'll find out that stuff has the origin of here on this continent.
Now, when you say that, this is the only. Okay, let me ask you this, because I know they found a shrine to Isis and Osiris in the bottom of the Grand Canyon, right? This is my because they found pyramids in the bottom of the what's that, the Pacific?
You can find pyramids in St. Louis, Missouri. It's
right.
Called Mound Town, Mound City.
Now this is my idea, and I'll tell you later where I got this from, because it's not in the book, but it's something I did and information came. But you know how we say the land masses are split, or they give you the whole thing about the tectonic plates separated or shifted and separated the land masses. It's really that the water covered, like it's not really separated. It's just the water covered areas.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we talk about one landmass in Pangea, I believe Pangea, like when all the land was above water, I believe it was all one landmass and we traveled freely. But
Yeah.
then, like the story of Atlantis, the sunken city, I believe certain areas were sunk. So, like when you say, a lot of the stuff was found over here, that's why. But when they reached the pinnacle of creation or creating, it was done in Egypt. But I ride with what you're saying because at one point it was all Pangea and the worship of, or I don't even say worship because back then we didn't worship, we paid homage. It's two
Mm-hmm.
totally different ideologies.
Yeah.
But paying homage, we had shrines all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Like the shrine in the bottom of the Grand Canyon, like you said, that's not the only one. It's actually mounds,
Mm-hmm.
But when they got to the pinnacle of creating what we know now as the pyramids, those were created over in Egypt. But like you said, the early beginnings, I can believe it was over here because paying homage to uh, Isis and Osiris, that was before anything that they get written down, documented. Yeah, I didn't see Nate's 4 hours ago neither. But yeah, I think yeah, I mean it's like um the whole splitting and breaking up. I don't believe that. It was literally just submerged. The water levels changed. Y'all still there?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I'm still here.
I put the link in the chat for Ryder.
Yeah, we gotta get Ryder up here. Because Ryder studied a lot of stuff I know I studied. And to the comedic science and the history too. And see, that was my whole focus because religion wasn't it wasn't working for me at a point in time, so I had to figure it out because they wasn't telling me what I needed out of it. So I just went studying. Um, I went and studied like when you was talking about tithing earlier. Have you ever heard of Martin Luther?
Have I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've studied all kinds of stuff.
So
And
you
you
know
know
why
what's
they killed
strange
him, right?
is I hated history in school. Hated history.
You know why they put Martin Luther to death, right?
Say that again.
You know why they put him to death because he wrote a detailed description on how the Catholic Church was misusing tithes,
Sure.
and they
I'm
put
a
him to
firm
death.
believer that from about 1920 till about 1960, the African Americans were the fastest, smartest, and up and coming part of the country until the till Lyndon Johnson implemented welfare.
Oh no, I'm talking about not Martin Luther King. I'm talking about Martin Luther, the Lutheran Church.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was like he wasn't a monk, but he was like a high priest, and that's who the Lutheran Church is named after is Martin Luther.
right.
Martin Luther was a German monk who
Yeah,
favored
he was a
changing
monk.
Christianity when he nailed his a 95 thesis to a church door in 1517, sparking the
Exactly.
Protestant Reformation. Martin Luther.
And when you research those 95 papers, Pops, it's going to detail how they was misusing tithes. When
That
that got out, old boy had to go. Because he
now,
was telling people, like, you can't buy your way into heaven. And back then, they was telling you if you give tithes to the church, they'll bless your child and your child will go to heaven.
yep.
If something happened before they can even be baptized.
See now, another part of history is the split between the Royal Knights, known as the Knights Templar, and
Templar,
the
yeah.
Catholic Church. Is that the
Yeah.
Catholic Church, the king went broke and he wouldn't pay, and then he wanted them to pay him tithe off of their land, and when they refused, he disbanded them, and then that's when they started robbing and killing and taking. You know, shit wasn't safe no more. But yeah, that church was notorious for even being set up. It was set up to rob people.
Again, that's another form of religion domination, and it created, the Crusades.
Yep,
Was
all
all
the
formed,
crusades.
the Crusades were all formed around religion. The
Yep.
witch
So if we
hunt
could
created.
conquer those people, we could take their riches, we can get their fine silks, we can fuck their women and enslave their children. All in one fell swoop. All we got to do is hit them. Yep.
Oh, man.
I don't have nothing against nobody's religion or anybody's
No,
church, but historical facts like we're reading about Martin Luther. I got him right here. When you said that, as soon as you said that, me, Mr. Hands Free,
yeah. Oh,
and it
Martin
says
Luther.
Protestant Reformation in the 16th century. Now, in the 16th century was 1500.
Mm-hmm.
That was before. It was way after Constantine, but that was
Wait,
before King James the Sixth.
exactly. And see, that's why Martin Luther, like, his story is deep, bro. I'm telling you. Like, when I learned, because I had went to a Lutheran church one day, and I'm like, Lutheran? And the pastor started telling me, like, yeah, his name, and I start researching. I'm looking like, holy crap, like, this dude is nuts. Like, he was bucking.
Now, here's a affirmation or reformation of what I said earlier about the Catholic Church. Luther called into question some of the basic tenets of Roman Catholicism. See, the Roman Catholicism, the Roman Church, that's where the concept of Jesus comes from in the writings, that they replaced the word Roman with the word Jesus. And his followers soon split from the Roman Catholic Church to begin the Protestant tradition. This action set into motion tremendous reform within the church to bring back all those lost people. So they look, Martin Luther, dude, we got to get our cash, man. But you over here take,
Salute, Rachel.
we can stick a sword up your ass and split you in half and just get rid of you, but that would make you a martyr. So we can't make a martyr out of you, but we got to get you back close to at least. Could you get back to Christianity? Can y'all just get back to Christianity? Can you get that close, Martin Luther? And dude said, yeah. Okay, well, let's just get that close. And then they
See,
assassinated his ass once they got his people back.
I told you, like, if you read the story of Mark, like, people research is key. I'm telling you, that opened my eyes to the whole thing. But Riders in the building, Rachel, Riders for Life in the building. Hey, make sure her link go up too, please.
Yeah, I'll get her linked real quick.
And then look what Ryder said. As humans, we have a way of rewriting history to fit narratives. Example, Hades, voodoo is a form of ritual or prayer to pay respects to the ancestor. Now, why that's deep, because even the word voodoo is voodoo, because what they did with voodoo, like down in New Orleans now, they added Christianity to it, and that's why it became commercialized. But then they try to tell you voodoo or hoodoo, which is practiced over in Africa, and it was brought over here to Carolinas. Um, Hoodoo is just an ancestral practice. It's nothing to do with like black magic or none of that, but it give it a bad rap because people used it as an uprising in Hades. They used it to empower themselves with the belief and knowledge that their ancestors had their back and before they went into war. And that's how they pushed off the French. And when they did that, it had to be bad. It had to be black magic or something. So
Well,
now they got people running from something that they supposed to naturally practice.
well, a free slave in Hades defeated Napoleon and ran his ass off from here, and he never came back. Left his land here, what became known as the Louisiana Purchase. But he got beat so bad by that Haitian that and then I think it was the Germans or somebody had started a war with him, Russians or somebody on one of his borders, and he had to go fight that war and just said, man, that place way over there, that place way over there, send some people over there to try to control it, man, because I can't get back over there again. I got to take my little
Well,
short.
and even with World War II and Adolf Hitler, the United States and the World Bank were responsible for bringing him to power.
Yeah. And I read why he did what he did. See, like I
Man,
mentioned earlier, they killed off or drug off millions of Native Americans to almost what none left here. The greatest genocide ever done. And Hitler said, America will never get involved in this war just because I'm killing these black Jews off. That's what the Christians and everybody else been doing for forever. And besides, America killed off the whole goddamn planet over there in their country. Why would he care about me and killing off a few black people over here, that still want to be calling themselves Jews? Because what we've been shown on TV is not the absolute truth. We've been shown all these starved, you know, caucasoid looking people that wasn't even white. They wasn't white, but they don't show that this guy named Hitler took all this paganism and Judaism and Christianity all together in his mentally disturbed mind and was killing off Jews. And we all know who the first Jews were, right? You know,
You know what is another misconception about World War II is that Stalin had as much of a stained hand in some of that as Hitler did.
mhm.
hey man, if y'all look, I can't even say it because when you say the H word, people get sensitive. But that man was that man was kind of, I ain't gonna say he was set up, but he was pushed to that level that he went to. All
Yeah,
that wasn't him. Like you said, Stalin had a lot to do with that, and Hitler was like the front man. He was the charismatic one.
mhm.
But what he did, he was there for talking. He wasn't the mastermind behind all that.
You know what he
And
did?
it's deeper. That
He
go deep.
fed the people of Germany.
I'm gonna have to get on Rumble to talk about that one. I can't talk about it on here. I'm telling you, man. Like and I'm talking about research and things from sources that you got to go find and seek out. But they're there, and they waiting for people to find them and read them. But then you start talking about them, then you get in car accidents where your brakes don't work no more.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
telling you. That's why when you and Nate start talking about how we're gonna help the youth of the world, like, dude, don't you know this shit's a conspiracy? You don't you
no,
know
but
it's
see,
still illegal
Pop,
for three black people to meet together and
Pop, you don't hear how I talk. I talk the way I do for a reason. Look at the subjects and listen to what I'm saying. I'm planting seeds. Like
oh,
I know
you
for a
don't think
fact
we get that?
that if I say stuff the way I want to,
Uh-huh.
no, I'm not gonna be here too much longer.
No,
It's
don't you think we
impossible.
get that? Because that's all we're doing. I'm telling you what you can look up. I'm only
That's
saying what you can look up on Yahoo or Google.
right.
I ain't saying, so don't you
I'm
go
trying.
making no mention of, and then they'll start wondering, Oh, they're hip to it, ain't they?
Because see, look, this is just what it is. A lot of the things that we suffer from, a lot of the things that we feel is holding us back, is put in place.
Uh-huh.
Is put in
But that's,
place for that very reason. Is to stop your growth.
Yeah.
They only want you to a certain level where you can be controlled and manipulated. And if you think freely, that's a problem.
it
Because
is.
if you do it, you might encourage other people to do it. Like if you look at, like, you give me a problem, I promise you I can tell you a solution for it, but you can't put that solution in place because the problem that you're speaking of was designed and created a specific way.
Mhm.
You know, like even when we talk about the education system, it's put in place, it's functioning fine. And the ones that they want to have more knowledge, they go to private schools.
Mhm.
But the common folk, they go to public school for a reason. It's a reason why you can have a public school across the street from a private school and they get a different education.
And there's a reason why the inner cities have poorer schools than any of the other schools in the country.
And see, that's, I was trying to say that in code, but yeah.
There it goes. He
I'm
just
going to come
spoiled
out
the
and say it
code
because
now.
you know what? I was born in Chicago, in one of the filthiest places in the country, in my opinion. You know,
And look, no, I tell you like this too. Yo, at the end of the day, if we sit up here, and this is why I say, this is why I keep saying, I'm gonna just tell you, this is why I keep saying we all come from different places and have different perspective, and we need to be open to talking to one another, because a lot of times what happens is we get this color thing, right? You white and I'm black, so because of the black experience in America, I automatically think that you had it easier than me because of your skin color, right?
Now
But
we're
this is the
raised to prove
reality.
that one.
This is the reality. It's not really about race. It's about class, and it's
it's not
always
even
been
really
like
about
that.
class. It's about opportunity.
No, I'm talking about far as the effects of the structure. You can be any color and be poor. You can
Yeah,
be
and
any
that's why I
color
say
and be rich.
it's not race, it's opportunity. There is a divide in opportunity, and there always has been, and they try to continue that divide in opportunity because they don't want people to think. And that's why I always say if I can spark a thought or an idea in somebody's mind and they take that and they can go do research on their own and find their own truth, then I've done something positive.
Let me ask you this: do you think there's a group of people who dictate a lot of the things that happen in our society?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and they ain't
That's
I,
why
all
I
I
say
white
can
either.
I can give you I
that.
can give you I can give you one prime name and you'll
Oh
know
no!
exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, go ahead.
Bill Gates.
You said who?
Bill Gates.
And he is part of there's seven families, but yeah, he part of one of them. But that's what I'm saying is a class system. If you're not within these groups, you only go get you only can get to a certain level. You know, even like look what they did to Kanye. This man was a billionaire and they took it from him. You can't do that
It
to
was the
Bill
wrong
Gates.
organization.
But that you can't do that to Bill Gates. You can't do that to none of the Rothschilds. You
Yeah,
can't
you
do
Can't
it.
do
can.
that to George Soros.
Yeah,
You
you
can't do
can.
that
Yes,
to
they can. Let them cross the line, and you'll find them laying out there in the street, exposed like a motherfucker, man.
But what I'm saying, those people, the Soroses, the Rothschilds, they're part of that system. Gates, he part of that family, man.
Rockefellers,
Yeah.
the Bushes.
Rockefeller.
So they're
Okay, I'm
gonna
gonna stop
die with
talking.
that lie
I'm gonna be quiet.
well tucked away. Because there's another group
You think it's very
called the.
dangerous?
Now I'm gonna expose a group that's already fully exposed, and they're the crypto
Leaders.
Christians. They were the Sephardic Jews
Yes.
in Europe, Middle Asia, and they
Hmm.
migrated. And the only way they could get here was to confess to be Christians, when in fact they maintained their, their platform, but secretly bought into the Catholic Church to do their bidding early in this nation's redeployment of strangers coming over here and taking over in the northeastern section of this country called New York. Just next time you get a chance to look at the people in New York, notice there's something weird about these people because we're hey, I'm gonna give y'all one thing and then I'm gonna stop talking on this subject. Did y'all see that movie Django?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
did not.
that is the whole premise of the crypto Christian. It all that whole movie looked like that white man was in charge of that plantation, when in fact the white man was the front man for the black man that really actually owned it.
And
I
I
can
want to
show
say,
you documents that are in universities of black slave owners that felt they had to buy slaves in order to compete with the markets in the 1800s.
and see, even when you say that, I guarantee you, a lot of them people they bought wasn't even black.
Exactly, because the original slaves to this country were
Was
white.
white. Yeah,
Black slave owners as indentured servants
as indentured
from
servant.
whose kingdom in Western Europe? King James, the guy that wrote that Bible, he was sending people over for indentured servitude.
Servitude. Yeah.
Originally, it was white people that were criminals and outcasts. Still, white
Hey,
people, black people, we're all the same damn people.
is
You know,
see, Pop? I want to show you something. I got to get it out of storage, but I got this dictionary, all right, and it was written in the 1700s, and the description of the word white
yeah,
is totally different from what it is now,
of course.
and that was part of the description. It was a ghost, unfortunate person, or a slave,
Yeah,
and it
Slav at
wasn't.
the time until the
That's
word
that's what they're doing
evolved.
to our youth now is that they're teaching that slavery was one sided. And when they came to America, there were slaves of all races.
And, and I say it like this: the difference is, this was the biggest difference. Um, the people who they write about slaves now, like you said, is one sided. The only difference is they took their language, they took their heritage, they took their spiritual or religious beliefs, and they redefined them as a people. That has never been done in history. That's the only difference. But a lot of those people didn't come from Africa. They was already here. They took the whole term Native American or American Indian, like those people who described as Indians now, that ain't the original Indian.
Nope.
Them ain't the
No,
original Indians.
honestly, like my grandfather was in World War II, they marched across the Bering Sea, the Bering Strait. They marched across that when it was frozen. So, I
Yeah.
mean, our history doesn't really teach history anymore. And our kids are being robbed of an opportunity to be able to know greatness because a lot of great history is being erased.
Yeah. Or
Is
just
is a
yeah.
story now. Is a story of whoever's in power, whoever is in control. But
Mm-hmm.
this is what I want to say too. I'm gonna plant another seed, Pop. We can't if we keep. We'll never get what we asking for. We got to create it and take it. So even talking about this community, um, it's something we got to build. It's something we got to be willing to fight for because
Yep.
we ain't
And
gonna
that's
get
what I said
nothing.
the other day.
We've
Got
been
a
asking
foundation.
for
We
things,
need to build on it, and it needs to grow.
and it needs to grow, and we have to protect it. Because like what Ryder said, this is what we ain't learned in history. Anytime a revolution was sparked, It was always a head, and when that head got cut off, so did the revolution. We got to become a hydra. You cut off one, we go create three, four more. You can't attack things from one angle. You got to
Well,
hit it
go
from
back to what I said a
all.
little while ago. If one person stands up and dances, and then that person can be casted out and set aside. But if everybody stands up and dances, they can't deal with all of us.
No,
They can
and that's
silence
the
one
only way to
person,
do
they
it.
can't
But
silence
see,
everybody.
and see, that's why everyone has to be a leader. It's not, and we start everything from home. But that's why we come and have these conversations. We spread information, we share information, we create new tools to find solutions for these problems, and then we take them back home and implement them. And
That's
eventually,
the key. Is you got to do the legwork that's local.
yeah. I mean, but
And
it starts in the house, though.
it has to start in the home. It has to start in the home. The foundation has to be planted for homes. And that's one of the things that I was alluding to earlier with Johnson is that welfare was the easy way to divide the inner home in the inner cities. They killed the family. And when they killed the family, they made it easy to go in and enslave everybody.
They took the shackles off the wrist and put them on the mind. This is the way we think. And that's why I try to keep dropping hints on even that. Then I try to drop hints on why you think the way you think. Is because your thoughts are tied to emotions. We don't even understand what our emotions are and how they work. We don't even understand the ego. How your ego, that's your Satan right there. Your adversary is your ego.
And it's not what people think either, because it's not isolated to one political party, or one ideology, or one religion, or anything like that. It is a general consensus by people that are actually paying for what we're receiving.
Yeah. That's like I know Nate Nate gonna have some pushback on this. Um
Yeah, hey y'all, I'm gonna let Nate come up, take my place. My back is starting to ache now, and my head is starting to swell. So I'm gonna take me down and bring Nate back, and I'll catch up to the tour tomorrow, y'all. All right.
All
all
right,
right,
Pop.
brother,
Good night,
appreciate you,
everybody.
Pop.
Be safe.
It's great to have a conversation with you, and always a blessing, brother.
Always a
Always.
blessing, man. That's the only reason why I talk the way I do, because it's always a blessing to be around like-minded people. I start getting this headache, man, when we start trying to think, what are we gonna do for the youth? I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Your son is 43, and your grandchildren are, oh yeah, man, them good little suckers. They ain't no problems. They ain't never gonna know what jail looks like. Oh man, I gotta go to sleep and think on this one. Good night, y'all.
Good
Hey,
night.
take it easy, Pop.
And that's I think the writer and I have figured out that we're pretty close in our thoughts. I think that his experiences have been a lot different than mine, but I think that we're still in the same ball court doing the same press, and it's a full court press. So I think that if he was in the environment that I'm in, that he would probably have the same mindset I do.
It's the environment, and the conditions. The nurturing factor gives us all different perceptions in life. So a lot of times, like me, for instance, I came from a small town, moved to a big city. That was like a culture shock to me.
I did the
You know,
same thing. I went from a small town in Kansas to Omaha. And at the time, and when I went to Omaha, they had an issue with schools. And I was in third grade, and I wasn't up to par with what they were teaching in third grade in Omaha. So they held me back to second grade. And the public school system of Omaha at that point in time had one school, and that was the only grade they taught was second grade.
and And see, when I went from the small town and came to the city of Detroit, I was like 2 grades. I was already 2 grades advanced with the information, you know. So it was like, what you do with me. My mom didn't want me around older kids, so she kept me in the same grade, but I was just doing everything faster than everybody else. It's like I already had a head start. So um, that was a big shock too. You know, we'd rather say we are still slaves to the system, but
We
the
are.
greatest trick ever made is to turn us against each other. Yup, by making one group superior. Yup, if you control the minds of people, then you have won the battle. You don't even got to fight. That's part of the art of war. You know, that was part of the art of war. You ain't even got to fight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I studied that book inside and out. But you ain't even got to fight. You ain't got to throw a blow. You already won a war. You just got to control the minds of the people. And that's what they done. We argue over religion. We argue over education. We argue over race. It's so many different things we find to keep us separated from one another that we don't actually look at the things we have in common, like the problems. We all suffer from the same goddamn problem. We all do. We all got an issue. If one person in this chat got an issue, if we don't have it personally, we know someone who has it.
Well,
Someone close to
and
us.
the key to every situation is education.
Yep.
And that's what I tell everybody. I've had this conversation with many different groups. Education's the key. The knowledge is how you fix the problem. If you don't know what the problem is or how to find a solution for the problem, then the problem will never go away.
And that,
And
and that I'm
you
sorry,
can
go ahead.
temporarily fix your own situation by finding a solution that works for you. But if you don't teach your kids or the next generation what those solutions are, then it's going to reoccur. It's going to
Yep.
continue to be a revolving door.
That's how cycles are. And that's why I learned from my father's mistakes. I learned from my mother's mistake. I learned from anybody's mistakes who was willing to sit down and tell me about them. Like I
Yeah,
don't have to make them.
when I was in that second grade school, that was really what sparked my desire to be self-educated, because I was beyond being in second grade, but I wasn't ready for the third grade. So I was stuck in the middle, and I would get up at 5 in the morning to be on the bus at 5 after 7, and I would get off the bus at 5:15 in the evening, going to that second grade school.
The perp said something that was profound. She said the only ones supposedly superior to 1% of the population are rich. That like watching us like we're in a Hunger Game. We actually are. We actually are. Think about it. That's just the Hunger Games. That was just over exaggerated, but that's how we live. We compete with one another for everything, not just
Well,
uh, not just like on a big scale, not just wars, but even think about when you meet somebody or when people meet, they automatically start sizing up the next person. We program like that. We are in the Hunger Game.
not only that,
It,
but we're chemicalized too. You know, the amount of chemicals that we consume that are not natural to our bodies is immense.
but we gonna be purging everything. Rather say the Hunger Games might be a reality if we keep going down this path in the future. Man, I'm telling you, um, it's gonna be the Hunger Games plus the purge going on.
We're
They
already
condition
Hunger
you.
Games.
They literally those movies are in place to condition you to those ideas. I was listening to some people talk about the Bible, right? I'm just give y'all another perspective on the Bible. right? So the conversation went like this. The things that happened in the Bible happened before. As far as like the revelation, the world ending, it happened before with all these different civilizations that we call ancient now. And what I try to tell people, it's a manual. Like people say, oh, it's prophecies coming too. It's people making those prophecies come to. It's like an instruction manual on how to do it. If you
Yeah.
read the Bible, you will see stuff that's occurring because people have read it, and it's an instruction manual on how to not only control people, but how to depopularize them. I mean, you read the Bible with that information, and you will see what I'm talking about. Think of that way when you read the Bible as an instruction manual on how to make things happen. We think is, oh, this is prophesied. They gave you an instruction manual. They tell you about the plagues, famine, war. We create those things. Look at the stuff we're doing and creating the conditions for them to happen. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna be quiet.
The funny thing about that competition rider is that they're giving participation trophies to kids. And these kids don't even have any
Getting
idea
the
how to
education
pick up a
fight.
tool.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you, is they over exaggerate stuff and feed it to you, but is conditioning you to the point when it does occur, you're not shocked or there's no real fight back. They done took a lot of rights that you had to stop the things because we gave it to them out of fear. Once again, these emotions connect to our perception, and our perception gives us the way that our the way we look at stuff. That's how we make choices and decisions. But the way we look at stuff is connected to emotions. That's why I tell people a lot of times when I have conversations with people, I intentionally detach all emotions. So that way, if they say something, my ego won't be affected. Because once your ego affected, you not listening, you automatically go into a protection mode. You're trying to protect yourself from what they're saying. And when that happens, you don't hear what the person is trying to say. You automatically start judging if it's good or bad for you. So when I detach my emotions, I'm able to clearly understand what the person is trying to say to me.
And Rachel just said something about the movie Where is Monday?
It's not even about fighting them. I'm telling you, you can't fight them. You can't fight the one. You can't do nothing against them. But it is something you can do. You can create your own. They're only powerful because you give them power. That movie tells us they want to do with our kids. In my opinion, I didn't even see that. That movie, Where's Monday? I'm gonna have to watch that, right? I'm definitely gonna watch that now.
I have to
But
watch that. I'm going to have to watch that movie James. I haven't seen that one either.
I know this. This is okay. I'm talking too much, but this is they teaching your kids what they want them to know, not what you want them to know. They building them up to be
Distracting the kids from being able to think for themselves.
exactly. They take the creativity from the kids. It's not art classes no more in schools. They take the child's creativity. It takes you to think. They want to think for you. That like when you think about school, right? I don't care what level you get to. If you don't regurgitate what they tell you, you fail, even if it's wrong. You have to regurgitate with it so they condition you into giving them the information that they want you to give them to pass. And that way, when you out of school, you already programmed. It don't matter if the information right or wrong. If you don't regurgitate what they told you in the manner they told you, you fail. If it's wrong or right. That's institutionalized.
I had a challenge with the math teacher in 7th grade because I wouldn't use the order operations to do algebra.
Uh-huh.
And I had my mother, the superintendent, the principal, the vice principal, and the teacher in the classroom. And she wanted to expel me from her class. And I told her to put 3 problems on the board, on the chalkboard, and that her and I would work the problems side by side and see who came up with the answer first and who came up with the right answer first. And she put 3 problems on 2 separate boards. I was done, had all my work on the chalkboard, did the problems in reverse in my method, and had the right answer before she was finished with the first one. And she got mad and walked out of the meeting, and the school wouldn't let her kick me out of class.
And see
Her
what
argument was that I didn't show my work, and I said I looked at the numbers, and I said I could see the answer in the numbers. I can't show how I know that,
right.
but I know that my method is right because the answer's right. And I said I don't care what the textbook says. If I can prove my method, then the answer's right. And she said, well, I just thought you were looking the answers up or using a calculator. And I said, no, I can see the math in my mind. I just can't tell you how I know that. I just know the answer's right. And my method doesn't use the order of operations correctly. I just look at the numbers and they're there.
You got that Rain Man going
Yeah.
on.
So, I mean, even their methods of teaching are not necessarily the right methods.
No.
And they don't even teach kids to write in cursive anymore. Which to me, how do you sign your name if you can't write in cursive?
Right.
You can't sign a legal document if you can't sign your name in cursive.
Oh, they want everything to be computerized. You're gonna be putting your fingerprint in a minute.
Electronic.
Yeah. But
They want
Ryder said,
everybody, and the electronic part of everything's falling apart.
"Oh, that's good,
Electronics
man.
are only as smart as the people that run it.
They can get knocked out by a solar flare, and we back to the Stone Ages." But Ryder said the younger generation of kids got my heart. My heart goes out because the world is going with all these agendas from LGBTQ to false education to indoctrination, our kids, etc. It's really sad. Yeah. Hold on, what Rachel say? It shows us the chips they want to put in us and how they go use kids to control us and more. They already controlling us with kids. I mean, you can't even discipline your kids no more. You know,
And
your
you
kids
know,
out of
this is one area that I want to touch on that probably might rub some people wrong, and I don't want to rub anybody wrong with it. But when they redefined marriage, I think the sole purpose of that was to open the door to normalize pedophilia.
what they gonna do next? Age? They gonna start messing with the consent age?
Huh?
They gonna start. I mean, they teaching kids in school about LGBTQ, right? In
Well,
grade school.
what
So
their
the next,
definition of a relationship is anybody that's consensual.
that's what I'm saying. So the next step, like what you're saying, I'm agreeing to. I'm saying the next step from that is to change the age to consent.
Yeah, it's not about having what I would call the right to be gay or the right to identify as whatever you want to. It's about normalizing what I would call a really gross misinterpretation of, I don't even know how to put it, but it's
I'm
immoral.
watching. And see and that's what I'm saying, because I mean that's just the next step. They gonna start saying a 13-year-old has the right to consent, and then what is you consent to? A relationship with another man? A 13-year-old? I mean, you can't. I mean, they letting kids decide when they can have sex changes now. I mean, come on now,
Kids
kids.
decided and parents have no say in it.
That's what I'm saying. So, um, and that's what I'm saying. They're giving kids more control, and they can't. They don't even. They can't even. Their brain ain't fully developed yet. Let alone you of age to understand what's actually going on and occurring. Kids live in the moment. You know, they don't think about the future. So now you letting them to decide if they want to change their sex. They don't even know what sex is yet. They don't even
They
know.
shouldn't. They shouldn't have that knowledge.
No, I mean you think of a kid like Dwayne Wade's son. In old days, you wouldn't even be considered a man yet to even decide anything, let alone your sex. You don't even know what a man is, or what it takes to become a man. You haven't went through the fire yet. But you can say how old is he? 12, 13. You can decide that you want to be a girl now. That's crazy.
Well, that's what I tell people all the time. They're teaching sex ed in kindergarten. A 5-year-old child has no business knowing anything about sexual activity.
No, no.
And with that thought process, they steal the youth of a child.
And see, this is what I'm saying, Ryder. Ryder said just to let people know they do put their agendas in movies and cartoons of what's to come, but they put them in the form of entertainment to fool us. If we are entertained, is a perfect distraction. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. Like they do it to condition you too,
Yeah, and
because
that's
you
why I
look
turned
at
that off about 6 years ago.
yeah,
I saw it coming, and I just
you
shut all of that off.
and that's what I said. Even like think about this. Like when I say I got some videos and I'm telling people like black people attacking each other. At first, it was a form of entertainment. You watching black people music. It was in the music, the violence, black on black. And now when we see it, we so desensitized from it that we think it's normal. It wasn't like that before, but that's how it was done. They presented it to us as a form of entertainment. Think about um the right if you want to I don't like using the term black on black crime because crime is crime, but for conversation purposes I'm gonna use black on black crime. Think about when it start escalating, when you start getting movies like Boys in the Hood and Don't Be a Menace, and then you start getting the hardcore gangster music where people shoot them up, do all that, and then you just start seeing it escalate. It became normal. It became part of the culture. It wasn't like that before. It wasn't like that when the Panthers was out here. But they desensitized us. They gave it to us in a form of entertainment, and then we went out and started doing it. It became normal. Like, I mean, I grew up in the hood. You hear gunshots, it was like, okay, somebody probably got popped. When I was in the small town, you hear a gunshot, you looking like, oh shit, you thinking an animal you weren't thinking about somebody getting shot. You thought an animal probably, we used to have wild foxes and stuff and wild turkeys. So people used to shoot at them to get them away from the porch or the garden. But that's how they desensitize you. They give you the information. I'm going to take the poop. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If yeah, ain't no consenting. Not with my baby. Ain't no consenting with my baby. They've been aiming for the kids since the beginning, and they will continue to push the agenda until we stand up. True,
And
true.
you
We
know
got to
that
tell them that our
goes back
kids,
to
man.
that whole movement with Lyndon Johnson. You know, the easiest way to control the children was to take the father out of the situation and to have the children raised on emotion and not necessarily with the full effect of dad being in the home with reason instead of emotion.
Hey, Craig, hold it down for 1 second. I got to run to the bathroom, bro. But go ahead and get the people to work.
And that's what we're dealing with now is the generations that have come from that. And they continue to lie to us nonstop. You know, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle they're on, they continue to lie to us. They've created their own downfall, and they're starting to see it now. And that's part of the reason why we're in the situation we're in right now. They're having trouble getting enough people to join the military to even continue military operations because people are sick of it. So I would say that there's a change brewing. And I wouldn't say that it's going to be a fast change. I think it's going to be a messy change. But what we're doing as a community here has got to be a vital part of that change. And it has to start in the home.
Okay, I'm back. My bad, bro.
So
What Rachel said. I can't even find the thing. And missed their target. They are killing and are getting real. You know what? Like, Rach, honestly, comparing today to when I was coming up, these dudes cowards. A lot of the people they cowards. You know, we fought. You know, and if it got to that point, we wasn't shooting no house up. We was knocking on your door. And I'm not talking about your door. I'm talking about your door. I mean, nowadays they just run around shoot. That's why I said they cowards, man. Ryder said before I came to the United States, I was so used to hearing gunshots and seeing a few bodies that it almost became normal to me. Yeah, like I don't flinch. Hey, you know what? It hardens you. Um,
you can't
and when it's
unsee things.
yeah, you can't unsee things. I mean, um, it hardens you. You become conditioned to it. It becomes a normal. Like I always tell that like when Michael Vick got convicted for dog fighting, I grew up around dog fighting, so I'm looking like, damn, they gave him 2 years in jail, and then, but when I was away from it, I started looking at it like that is fucked up. You know, I never fought my dogs, but you know, I was around people who did dog fighting, so it was normal. I didn't see nothing wrong in it at the time, but as time went past and I'm having conversations with people, I began to understand, you know. Um, like I say, violence in general, this country was built on violence, you
Yep.
know. So now when we see violence, it's like, okay, it's normal, you know, it's everywhere. It's in our music, it's in our TV, it's in our news. You know, we go outside and see it. We have become conditioned to violence, and that's not normal.
Well, we've been the best country at it too, because
Yeah.
since people got off the ship when Columbus was here, there's been a perpetual fight nonstop since. You know, and the evolution of violence has really never stopped.
No, we're finding new ways to be more violent.
I mean,
we
there
keep
hasn't been a
finding
point in
them.
time when America hasn't not been involved in some kind of a conflict. And whether it was an open war or just a conflict, I mean,
No, we just
and like I said, in order for all this to change and for people to be able to survive and be able to be somewhat functional and prosperous, we got to start in the home. The change has to start within us, and it has to go outward.
you want me to be 100% honest with you? It's gonna be a reset, bro. It happens with every civilization. It's gonna be a massive reset. And when that happens, we have a better opportunity. But the way everything is now,
They're already talking about trying to come up with ways to prevent people from being successful. You know,
that's
and
what
one
I'm
of the
saying.
things that they want to do is they want to tax people on growing their own food. And they want
Bro,
to go
you
to
can't
a
even
cryptocurrency. They want to do so many different things.
you can't
You know,
even collect rainwater. I mean,
even down to the electric vehicles, which are falling apart now because the infrastructure can't handle the weight. I mean, they haven't thought through any of this process that they've created at all. And not only that, but one of the smartest people in the world has already said there's not enough lithium on the planet to power all the vehicles that they want to build out of batteries. So, in the country with the most lithium in it right now that they use for batteries is a country we just evacuated, Afghanistan. And China's fighting for the rights to that lithium right now. So
we need to go back old school and just grab some horses and go.
I don't even really think that I want to do horses because it's something else that they're going to try to control. I mean, they already want to eliminate food.
Yeah.
They want people to eat plants and not animals.
Hey, everybody listening to this, go buy a horse tomorrow. We're gonna start riding horses. Get your horses now before they lock that market down.
Get a horse,
Oh
a
man.
goat, and some chickens.
No, my wife. Look, I'm in the city. I'm in the suburb area of Detroit. She just called the other day, the city to see how many chickens we can hold. So I'm gonna be building a chicken coop. We really about to get chickens, bro. She ain't playing. They out here selling eggs like dime bags, man. Do you see how the inflation of eggs went up?
I've seen eggs as expensive as $9 a dozen.
Yes, bro. We was getting them for 89 cents.
And I've
But
been seeing
true,
memes all over the place where the chickens are carrying Gucci bags.
did you see that live True Les put up about the inflation on that? I didn't know. It was something like it was a whole bunch of chickens that died from the little bird. I didn't even know that until he said it. But it was a whole bunch. I think something like 300 million chickens died from some flu or something like that.
I haven't seen that, no.
Yeah, he got a live up. It's in the beginning of the live. He was talking about the inflation of eggs. But it's people out here really selling eggs 3 for $5.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. That's what I said. That I've seen store stickers for $9 a dozen. Like commercial grocery store stickers for $9 a dozen. And I quit buying pork chops 3 years ago because it's more expensive to buy a pork chop than it is to buy a whole pork tenderloin.
Rachel, if I wasn't afraid to get taken out, I can tell you why. It went from the 19th century to the 21st. The calendar sped up. We function the most. I mean, we all use the Gregorian calendar, but it's an older calendar that even Freemasons use, and they realize that they had to speed everything up. So they just start dropping. That's why you went from 8 tracks, and you had like tapes, cassette tapes, and then within 3 years you went to CD. All the technology had to speed up to catch up with what they call what we talking about really, the end times. But yeah, that's why you went from the 19th to the 21st century. Yeah, they had to skip one. But yeah, that's deep too, because everything that we were supposed to get in the 20th century, we got in the 21st century. Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. I'm gonna start a Rumble page because
I
I
got a
can't say
Rumble page.
everything on here. Like, bro,
I
you
got a
can't
Rumble
say.
page, and I haven't done anything with it for a while, just because I had to turn off all the noise from all the political stuff.
I'll
Because I
tell
have
you
to
like
noise.
I'll tell you like this: if you just trying to say, I'm gonna say, just be aware. Look at things without emotions, and you'll see it for exactly what it is. You know, your emotions. I'm telling you, um, the key of life is understanding how you feel. Your emotions send out frequencies. That's how I'm not gonna say it. That's how we communicate with what we understand as God is through our emotions. Um, and understanding how your emotions affect the way you think and the way you look at stuff is important. That's why I always tell people care about how you feel, because if you don't understand, if you ain't in control of your emotions, other people can tap into them and control it, and ultimately control you. Like we say, if you control the mind, you control the body. So, and just a simple example of that, if somebody say something to you and get a reaction out of you, that's them controlling your emotions.
Yeah. Well, that's
You
what I
know,
said the other night too in Nate's live stream. Is you are in control of how you feel about something. And when people don't make you mad, you allow yourself to react to what somebody says to
yeah.
you. And when you figure that out and you learn to control your ability to handle those emotions, then negative people are negative people. You just ignore what they say and move on. When you give
They'll
them the
stop.
power to control your emotions, you're renting them space in your mind for no reason.
Once people see they can control you with their words, generally they find somebody else they can. You know, once they see that they're not effective, they go find something they can affect. So that's like mastering your emotions. You mastering yourself. That's why I encourage people. I might do a video on it to look at the chakra system, because to open up those chakras, like we hear people talk about, the third eye all the time, and a lot of people feel they get their third eye open, and they're using. I say it like this: what they're using is the effects, but when you really open that, I'm telling you, you'll be scared shitless. You go feel when you see things for how they are. It's scary because we all think that what we recognize as reality, we think is we think is just that is reality, but it's not. We've been manipulated since we came out the womb. We've been controlled since we came out the womb. We've been enslaved since we came out the womb, and this goes back generations. We all been, and that's what I say. They find ways to get us fighting amongst one another, so that way we can get rid of the programming they put in to fight them. It wouldn't even be a fight.
Well, and it
It really
distracts
wouldn't be a
us
fight.
study too, so that we don't pay attention to what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you understood what they was doing, if we truly became aware of what's happening, I mean, we can stop it within seconds. They depend on us more than we depend on them. If we tell them, like, you know what?
We could put the brakes on if we could get everybody to not pay taxes.
I was about to.
Turn it all down in an instant.
Hey, I was about to say. See, I'm not. I'm trying to plant seeds. I like you, Craig. You just telling people what it is, but that's one of the things. If everybody just stop working, stop moving, what they gonna do? They can't do nothing. They gotta listen. We give them control.
The only way that we will have control and be a government of people, by the people, for the people, is if we only allow people who work for the government to work for a limited period of time, and we pay them what we pay the poorest person on welfare. If you can get somebody to work for that,
I'm gonna tell you like
this: have a true government of people, by the people, for the people.
I'll tell you like this: tear all that shit down and rebuild it. Because the way it is now, you can't go in and change nothing. They go give you what they go give you enough for you to be
complacent. They've built up the digital age to a point now where brick and mortar doesn't matter anymore. And I think that they've realized that now and they're scared. So that's why they're trying to make everybody stupid.
Yeah, because like I was saying the other night, think about this. We don't even have to spell nothing no more. Let alone people know how to read a map. So they making your life easier by giving you all this technology. But guess what? Just as quick as they gave it to you, they can take it away. And then what? You don't have these skills no more. Even think about grocery store. We used to be hunter gatherers. If we went back to a point where we had to go get our own food, a lot of people it'll kill a lot of people off. I'm planting the seed. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Learn these skills, man. Because when they take it away, you're gonna be hit.
Well, they've been trying to do that for the last 4 years.
Yeah, these all seeds I'm planting. They make your life easier to make you docile, to make you ignorant. And then they take it away.
This: the virus that came from China was not an accident. There's a patent on that. And there's a patent on the AIDS virus. There's a patent on all the influenzas. Those aren't accidents.
I'll tell you, I'll say it like this. There's no profit in curing anything. It's not a profit in it. It's not a profit. If we understood this, and this is a old lesson, and a lot of people will be familiar with it from Dr. Sebi. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but no disease can live in an alkaline environment. Disease need mucus. Without mucus in your body, a disease cannot attach. And that's a proven fact because Dr. Otto Warburg said it first. He said that in the 1800s. And we still dairy, meat, all these things give us mucus. We don't even drink alkaline water. We drink acidic water. Oh, Kurt, you already know. That's why I be wanting you to come on the platform. I'm gonna always make sure you straight. You my peoples. Let it we all share our weight. We'll show it up. Yeah, we'll help you carry that cross. You ain't by yourself.
Yeah, you ain't alone. And you're
not. I'm gonna carry that cross with you.
You're not damaged goods. You got to remember that. What you think is damaged is Picasso to somebody else.
Every flaw that I have, I appreciate. I got this. I'm gonna show y'all one day. I'm gonna show y'all my scar where they had to put this tube in my head. You know, that's one of my beauty marks now. Yeah, yeah. We all go through something. You know, it's always better when there's people there to go through it with us, though. You know, so that's what we here for. You went through these grueling nights with me and just you in here talking, and I'm creating content. And if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have created. You know, I got on. I've been dealing with these migraines. I got on last night. I think I was on for like 5 minutes and cut it out. You know, I just wouldn't.
Last night I didn't see you, so
No, I was only on for like 5 minutes, and then I was only on for a couple minutes. Oh yeah, I try riding. You know, I try riding, man. I try to bring something positive and fresh, you know, in conversations. Like I said, that we can find solutions to. I don't like talking about problems if we ain't trying to find ways to correct them. And like having, you know, Craig bless me, Pops bless me, Perk bless me. You know, we all had our different insight and opinions on communication. So we was all able to give a perspective. And like I said, if what I'm saying doesn't resonate, I got other people up here talking too. So hopefully what they say, you know, you can use that and move forward with it. You know, that's why like when I have conversations, I like people up here talking because we can get another perspective. Because a lot of stuff in the way I say it, it might not relate to you, but I can get somebody else up here and resonate almost the same thing. And that way, maybe you can hear that. You know, that's just what I learned from, you know,
yeah.
communication.
And if you can spark an idea in somebody's mind and it leads them to prosperity, or you can make a difference in somebody's day that keeps them alive for another day, then you have purpose. If we change one life, then all these conversations will be worth that one life.
It'll be worth it. And see, that's why I was saying, even about the quality of people. You know, I'm probably gonna never have a chat with 1,000 people, and that's cool. Because the type of people I'm trying to reach are people who are, you know, aware that, you know, we have problems and are actively looking for solutions. You know, I don't want somebody who just go come up here and talk about what's wrong. You know, I'm too old
Yeah,
to be
and that's what I
complaining.
said. I put my email in the chat early on, and I don't. If somebody has an issue and they need help
You pour
understanding
me some
something,
coffee.
or whatever it might be, ask somebody.
Hey, I think.
If you run into something you don't understand, ask somebody.
It's cold.
Don't let something that should be like a hangnail turn into a missing limb.
Just
I turned it on.
put it in for a minute. Just put it in the microwave for me. I'm trying to I'm gonna get my wife up here one day. She like talking about paranormal stuff. But yeah, we gotta
Quality to some of that too.
yeah, I want to do because I'm sensitive, man. I'm real sensitive to energy, so I be seeing and hearing shit. And my wife like taking me to haunted places because funny stuff start happening. Like people laugh, right? So on our honeymoon, we went down to Kentucky because it was a museum I wanted to hit, but one of the most haunted sanitariums in Kentucky. So we went down there for our honeymoon. And when I tell you, like, I did not feel like it didn't feel good, bro. It was like, it didn't feel good, but I'm gonna let her come up one day and we're gonna tell that story. There's a couple other stories too. She think it's funny, but I actually got possessed, bro.
I can tell
Believe
you
it or
from my
not.
own experience, I have a 500-acre farm, and on
Holy
that
shit.
500-acre farm is an Indian cemetery.
Mm. I
I've
ain't
got a
coming to your house.
50 metal building. It's got a concrete floor in it, steel building, and I've got LED lights inside that building. You can be out there, and out of the middle of nowhere, the hair will stand up on the back of your neck. I lock the doors and go home.
Yeah, I ain't coming to your house, Craig. I'm straight. I can't go on native soil. I can't go where my ancestors' uh, burial ground has been tampered with. If I start feeling and seeing stuff, I'm straight. I'm straight. But yeah, Nate, if we don't bring awareness, and if we ain't building with one another, um, we lost. We lost.
We have to. I mean, and that's what I was saying to somebody the other night. I'm where I feel like I gotta be, and there's a lot of communities in YouTube that I'm tied to, but I go to where I think that I need to be. And that's because I'm drawn to the people on YouTube. There are a lot of people that I consider to be family. And I have a small circle of those people in my mind. But when other people look at my circle from the outside in, it looks huge. But there's a reason.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's a reason for that. And it's just, that's who I am.
And see, that's how that's what I'm getting into. I'm going to other places and making contact with other people because it's a lot of positive content creators on here. There's a lot. It's just I went to the wrong group. I went into a Christian group, and that was kind of rough. But yeah, that was kind of rough. But they cool people over there too. It's just they live by that book, man.
I communicate regularly with people that have the gold plaque from YouTube.
I tried.
Mm-hmm.
Clear down to people that have under 50 subscribers.
She's sleeping. Just put it over your chest. I said to pee.
And everybody in between. So, and every creator is the same. I mean, we're all looking to be able to share our content with other people. And there are a lot of the big creators that are fed up with the system that YouTube has, but it's the biggest platform that's available.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on daddy duty again, my bad. But whoa, you ain't put no cream in.
I asked you if you wanted cream or you didn't say nothing.
I always have cream. No, go ahead, do your thing. I get it. Hayati.
It's fine.
Yeah, my wife stubborn. But yeah, it's a lot of I've been even hearing people who've been getting into it saying, they switching their content over. They're tired of it. I mean, after a while, all that stuff get tired.
Well, and unfortunately, the society craves on the drama and the sex and all that kind of stuff, and that's what pays. So that's what people continue to try to reflect, and it's getting to a point now where it's redundant. And I think that there are a lot of people that are starting to wake up to that idea or that concept, and it's not working.
And that's what I was referring to Letitia's page earlier. She had that record. She got a video on there about a record producer, and he was telling people like about that gang music, like the gang violence and stuff. And he made a good point. He said it's not the record executives that's dying behind this music. It's the artists, but it's the executives making the most money off of it. And he was saying, y'all got to change. Start talking about stuff. He said, You know, you can talk about your life, but talk about how you want it to be. Don't talk about the negative stuff, and talk about something inspirational. And he was right. He was 100% right, because that's how music used to be. You know, it used to be inspiring, uplifting.
But if the labels don't like it, then the producers aren't going to be able to move it.
But see, that's what I'm saying. So I mean, you can't you can't ask for things. You know, I mean, you as an artist, okay. Um, I'm not talking about drugs or big butt women or killing nobody. I'm talking about some uplifting stuff. And guess what? If you don't want to push it, fine. Don't push it. I'll just make it a mixtape and put it out. I'll just have people support me that way. I change my name because that's how they get you linked. They own your name. So I change my name and just put out music as a mixtape and still put it out.
Yeah, there's a young YouTuber that I rock with on Friday nights, and I need to get him kind of into this circle of people, but I haven't been able to get him to slow down long enough to show him. But one of the things that he's been trying to do on his Friday night podcast is promote uh, local musicians, and it's getting harder and harder for him to try to do that.
Or Rider left.
Yeah, Ryder turned in.
Yeah, I'm probably. Well, we've been going 4 hours rocking long. This is probably my longest live. But that's what I'm saying. Good conversations, man. I appreciate you, Craig.
I appreciate all of you. Like I said,
honestly, without y'all, man, I
I
wouldn't
don't
even
do
get on.
content for me. I interact with people because I feel like that the people that I interact with are family. You know, I have a small family and I don't really have much of a family, so YouTube is partly my escape from my normal day-to-day stuff, and it's also my family where I come for what I consider to be my fellowship time, and that's part of who I am. So, you know, when we get into those conversations of faith and religion, it makes a lot more sense when people see my perspective of it to what my perspective is versus what people might perceive my perspective to be. You know, and I like to give to people that need help instead of giving money to institutions that are wasting it for political gain.
Right.
And that's just the way that I see the common church. You know, the brick and mortar church of every day, they have hierarchies, and so much of their tithing goes up the chain and it ultimately ends up being in politicians' hands. And I'm not for that. I think if somebody wants to be a political person, they ought to raise their own money and do it out of their own pocket.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say, anytime you got something on your mind and you want to talk about it, let me know, bro. The panel's always
like
open.
I said, I gave you my email address. If you ever need any kind of resource or anything, if you're looking for an answer for something, don't hesitate.
Oh, I won't, brother. Like I said, I'm an information whore. I am an information whore.
Anybody in the chat, if you have any kind of issue that you don't understand something, ask somebody. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're having trouble with something and you don't understand something or you need help with something, don't be afraid to ask, because there's a mountain of knowledge around you.
Yeah.
And don't feel like you're stupid or you're going to ask a stupid question. The only stupid question there ever was one that didn't get asked.
Exactly. And see, that's what I always say, because you can't find an answer if you don't have a question.
Absolutely.
You get her?
Mm-hmm. Turn towards me.
This thing is so little. My daughter is so little, man. My son was 9 pounds, 14 ounces. He was a little tank. And now I'm holding my baby girl. She's 7 pounds. Like she is so little. She sit right in the crevices of my chest. And
I'll tell
then
you
she
what,
looked like,
I had a nephew that was born, and they didn't know whether he would make it or not, and they diagnosed him with having severe respiratory uh, deformations, and they said that he probably wouldn't be able to go to school, and that having any kind of sport activity would be out of the question. And he plays soccer. He's
that's
in
what's
middle school, getting ready to go to high school, and he plays soccer. So doctors don't always have the right answers.
nah. Nah, because when I got stabbed, they told me I wasn't going to be able to lift my arm above my head. And when I finally did it, the doctor was like, "Oh, you did it." And I stuck my middle finger up to him. Like, don't tell me what the hell I can't do. You know, I did, bro. My mom was like, don't do that. I'm like, nah, man, he deserved all of this, bro. You telling me I won't be able to do this? Because, it ripped through my pectoral muscle when I got stabbed. It went right through my chest. And, yeah, it was rough. It almost punctured my lung, but it broke a rib. It like the knife went in me, and it tore my chest muscle up. Like my right chest is a little um, lopsided because of the muscle that got ripped up, and it was one of those knives with um, the serrated edges. So when the knife got pulled out, it just like totally shredded my chest muscle.
Yeah,
So even when it healed back, it's still kind of out of shape. But he told me I wasn't gonna be able to lift my arm up, and when I did it, stuck my middle finger up. So you can't tell me. But uh, Nate, yeah, this is this is a creation of Nate. Um, I'll forever be grateful and humbled because if I didn't go in Nate's chat, I wouldn't have met y'all, and y'all a big part of my platform. I never forget that, and I appreciate all y'all coming to rock with me because, like I said, my first couple videos, I was in here by myself, just talking, and having somebody else to, bounce ideas off, and that was my whole idea. Was not to I didn't want to be like the common content creator. I wanted to come and have these chats and have people talk, and we share information, share ideas, and that way we can find solutions or at least tools to make the situation or problems better. So without y'all, I have nothing. So I appreciate all y'all,
yeah.
especially you,
And
Nate.
my roots started when I started running around with the tool community because that was what I was into at the time, and that fell apart pretty quick because there's a lot of selfish people in that community. But I'm in a car group or car community that led me to Tate, and that led me to Nate. And so, that's what I said. I kind of feel like I'm on a path that's led me to an area that I'm needed. And not necessarily that I'm above anybody or better than anybody, but I need to be in a circle of people that are headed in the same direction that I am.
All right.
So, and that's what I said. I'm a strong-willed person, but I'm not too strong to be humble.
And you know what? That's what life is because it was a time, you know, information or knowledge. It's not always good because sometimes the more information or knowledge you get, you do start looking at people like, okay, I'm better than you. And I had to understand and learn that, you know, um, that just because I know more about some people and some subjects, that don't make me, better. I didn't have like a God complex, but it's like when they say knowledge is power, and it's like I know what things are, so I know how to utilize them in a way that I can take advantage of you.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience. You could have too many material things, and it could become a plague.
Yeah, I learned that too.
So, I mean, you come into this world with nothing, and you're going to leave this world with nothing. And the things that you accumulate along the way are immense. But when you're here and gone, your legacy is going to be what people remember of you, and your footprints that you leave behind for people to follow. So, and I'm blessed to have my fellowship on a daily basis with people that are important, that I care about. And, even like I told Hey Cherry Hey in a live stream last night, we don't give you a hard time and harass you because we're nosy people or we want to be all up in your business. It's because we actually care. It's not like, oh, well, you must be doing something that's better than us because we don't see you. We just want to make sure you're okay. So
my
thank
lovey
you
in the
for the
building.
opportunity to have this conversation. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Pops. I know you're already gone. Miss Aussie and Queen have been rocking with us, and Riders and Rachel. I see Lovey just jumped in. So
My lovey in the building. That's my homie. That's my big sis, man. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what, Nate? I'm gonna say this, and I'm giving you the credit, bro, because I appreciate you allowing me to come into your home and embrace people and having people come over to my house. I appreciate that, bro. But you created something that people will look as a myth. You know, you showed that you can get a group of people who can come on here and enjoy each other, have fun, and respect one another from the different backgrounds and different upbringings, different beliefs. You showed it can be done. You know, you laid down the template for it to be done,
now, and no matter
and
what,
I'm trying to copy that. Um, you know,
and this is for the haters and the people that are hiding in the bushes. Please don't bring any disrespect to our community.
no, because it's gonna get cut quick. I mean, it's zero tolerance for that. What we do, if anything, we resolve things. You know, something happened, we talk about it, we resolve it. We adults. We ain't gonna bring none of that drama because, like I said, he did something that's a myth that people say can't be done because we on the internet, we on the cyberspace. You know, people say, "Oh, you can't trust people. You can't do that." You trust is not something you given. You have to build that. But building it the way we building this foundation, like you said earlier, that's gonna come. You know, and we ain't even thinking about that. We just, like I said, we got a foundation, and once that foundation is solidified, the way we doing it now, that's how the trust is built. You
I'd
know,
rather have a hater or somebody hiding in the bushes and come out and join in than to act a fool.
yeah.
Because to act a fool, and people are going to smell that a mile away.
Yeah, and I tell you this: allow humble people to be humble. You know, just let humble people be humble. You know, what you say, Rachel always said, family is not who you born into, is what you make of it, and that's facts. You know, like my best friend, I call him my little brother. Is dude I met, years ago. I was training him on the job, and then I started mentoring him, and now, he the godfather of my daughter. I trust him. If something happened to me, I trust him with my daughter's life. So it's not always what you're born into, is what you make out of it. You can build bonds and create family. We can do that. We trust in one another. We support one another. Um,
We're all of the Creator, so I mean
yeah.
we're one big
Yeah.
family. And
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what walk of life you come from, or where you're at, or
Go get your
where
bubba.
you're at in your life. I mean, even if you're in a bad spot in your life, You're not alone.
I'll come in there in a second. My little okay, you can push that. Okay. Okay. You done
So
pushing button now.
I'm gonna jump out. Thanks, Word, for having me. Thanks,
Oh,
everybody in
always,
the
like
chat.
I said, you always welcome.
So
You always welcome. And like anybody, when I drop that link, or if you want the link drop, just let me know. And like I said, the platform, if I get a video title something, I'll talk about it at the beginning, but it's always an open panel for any issue, for any situation that, we want a little bit more insight or need help with. That's what this platform is building better us, and we got to have conversations to do that. So that's what I'm doing. I'm sharing information in my head, and I want everybody to contribute because we all have a different perception. And like I said, I might be talking about something, and the words that I'm saying you might not relate to, but that's why we got each other. Somebody can probably say it a little different, and it makes more sense. So yeah, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and end this, peeps. I appreciate everybody rocking out with me tonight. Truly blessed, truly. Nate, bro, you did something great. You're doing something great. Nate, you literally creating, I don't know if you see it, bro, but your movement, you got people behind you, bro. I'm behind you. You creating something special, man. And like I said, I'm rocking, I'm rolling. Because what you're doing is something that they say it can't be done, and you're proving them wrong. You come on here, you give out positive awareness, positive information, and you get people laughing and dancing, having fun. Go ahead. You get people, yeah. But Nate, yeah, bro, you doing something great, bro. And like I said, on the chain, bro, why is you laughing so loud? I always say we got to do better. With some people in life hurt people, try to hurt people, yeah. And see, even bringing that awareness, because a lot of people who like when you say hurt people, they don't understand why they hurt people, and they're not fully aware of why they hurt people. But having conversations, but they got to be open to those conversations. Okay, baby. Yeah, let me get off before this dude put me in a chokehold. But I appreciate y'all coming to rock with me. I really do. Tomorrow I'll probably do the same thing. After the people go off, after Nate go off, I'll probably just hold an open panel and we just come up and talk about anything. Conversations create nations. But I'm the word, and that's all I got for y'all, man.